TCH Social, we're trying to expand and give a slightly more elevated experience. We wanted to have, the full bar, full restaurant experience. I think one of the things that has been lacking in some of our other locations is, provide, top quality food. And
Justin Richardson, I'm the corporate chef with Texas Card House.
Chef Justin, since he came on, has really helped us hone in on what our guests are really looking for.
The sweetness from the strawberry contrasts with the beautiful saltiness from the bacon.
I wanted to take something that was easy, flexible, and convenient for our players to enjoy so that they can continue playing, make it a little bit more of a homey, loungy, comforting environment versus your average poker house.
Yep. Chef Justin, how's it going?
Good, how are y'all? How was the game?
Oh, it was
Great.
Awesome. Man, we just did a tasting and it could not have been better.
So we came at the new menu with the approach of what do they already love? What do the guests already really appreciate? And what can we build upon?
Good news is Bad Beat Bacon's still good from the second time.
This is the best Bad Beat Bacon I think I've ever had.
I definitely think the Bad Beat Bacon was one of those items that kind of set the tone for where we wanted to take the direction of the menu and kind of some of the concepts.
And those eggs are just waiting to explode over there. The tater tots, all the stuff, you get all the stuff mixed with it, really good. The chicken sandwich was killer. It's thinking about fried chicken places, you think of Chick-fil-A, but I'd put our chicken up against any of those.
Because I'm just such a nerd for chicken sandwiches and I love good coleslaw too.
So I haven't had, what is this? This is
This is
new.
French toast steaks.
Oh my gosh.
Man,
That's a little piece of the Bad Beat Bacon on top.
this is the best dessert I've ever had.
With French toast, you can overcook it, undercook it, but
That's perfect. This stuff in Vegas would be like
That'd be $80.
2 or 3 times the price.
It would literally be like $24.
Welcome to the brand new TCH Social here in North Austin. I am Kyle Frisbee, joined by Uncle T here in the booth. We've got some 5-5 no limit hold'em action for you. We've got a great lineup here. We'll get to know the players. Uncle T got a little profile on each of them. We got some familiar faces and some new ones. So excited to see and get to know them as we go along here. So as usual, we'll start with a $15 PLO bomb pot. And then we'll go to no limit hold'em.
Hello, poker degenerates. This is awesome. If you watched the live stream last night of the 300K final table, this is just such a beautiful setup.
Absolutely.
And Lottie, I'm going to shout out to you early. You were awesome. The dealers were awesome. Awesome. That was chopped 5 ways at the end. There's our first hand of bomb pot.
First hand at the new location, Uncle T. This is going to be a lot of fun.
I missed you so bad.
Absolutely. Likewise.
Yeah. You lied to my face. And we missed you too, chatters.
Yeah, hop in the chat, ask a question, comment. Always appreciate that. Looks like we already got a few folks here.
Yeah, in a second I'll give you player profiles after we get through the bomb pot. Some faces you'll recognize: KY, Tillman, Just James, and of course, if you watched the final table last night, Cowboy Tony.
Yeah, good to see him back.
Yeah, didn't get too much poker yesterday, I guess.
And I think that may be the fastest opening bomb pot we've ever had. So Barber takes it down, and he's up $90. Never bad to win the first one.
Yeah, it's my favorite kind of bomb pot, the short one.
Quick and easy.
One that I can fold.
So looks like we've got Tillman, a familiar face, in seat 1.
Barber, yeah, in seat 8. Y'all all know him.
Kevin Y, the
KY,
regular crusher.
yeah, the crusher. Well, I'm super excited, folks. If you haven't been here, this place is rocking. The whole building.
Yeah, beautiful new location. Come down and see it. Even if you don't plan to play, enjoy the restaurant or the bar in the middle.
Oh my gosh, the food.
Food is incredible.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's like nice restaurant quality, not something you would expect at a poker room, but we have it here.
No, the promo didn't do it justice. They were showing how much, but that chicken sandwich, I'm going to be eating here regularly.
And Just James is going to start off with a monster here, top set with a pair of queens, and gets no action, unfortunately. Poker Amateur, which is, I believe, a pretty sarcastic name. I'm familiar with Poker Amateur. He is definitely not pretty well-known player in the Austin area. So I think it's his first time potentially on the TCH stream, at least to my knowledge. So it'll be fun to have him with us tonight.
Yep, sitting in the 6th seat. He is from Austin. He is an Austinite.
Yeah, I've seen him play some pretty big games at times. So,
Well, I asked him what he did for a living. He said, I'm a software engineer. And I'm like, okay, big brain.
oh yeah, definitely a big brain on just amateur. He'll win the second pot. Or I'm sorry, just James will with his top set.
Seat 1 is going to be filled up in a minute. I saw Bertram coming in the door. So he'll be joining us either in seat 1 or seat 4. Looks like it's going to be 1.
We'll show the stack sizes and the winnings as we go along. It appeared everybody's in for between 1,500 and 2,500, mostly 2,500. Lucas here is going to raise the button with a suited queen. Nobody else with much, so he will take down the blinds.
Yeah, we don't know Lucas very well. He's from Florida. Heat fan. South Florida.
Yeah, not familiar with Lucas, so
yeah, I asked
good to
him what
have
his
him with us.
favorite. Always ask, what's your favorite non-premium hand? 6-5.
6-5.
Usually the nittier players say, "Oh, Jack, 10 of spades." I'm like, okay, that's really
It's not exactly a
non-premium.
non-premium.
I get you. It's at the slightly down the scale of the GPO chart, but please.
It's there, but it's super faint.
So Bertram settles into seat 1.
We didn't even see it until David and I started trying to figure out.
Buys in for 500. This is typical of Bertram. He typically tries to run up, but he'll have multiple bullets, so see what he can do with his starting stack here.
Yeah, looks like we got about 3 or 4 players in with 2.5, which is the max.
Never bad to start off with a pocket pair. A couple snowmen for Bertram. And Tillman waking up with ace-king. He's going to 3-bet it.
Jedi, I have not had the burger, but that's the only thing I haven't had. But, I have no doubt it's great. Y'all tell us, what's the favorite, if you've been here, what is your favorite food that you've eaten? I know you like the salmon.
Salmon's incredible. Like I said, it's nice restaurant quality if you got it at a place. And the prices are quite good for what you get as well.
I frankly couldn't believe it when she told me how much I paid for that chicken sandwich. And I was like, wow, that's like Whataburger price.
Yeah.
Well, we saw the 8s a lot last night in the final table, and they show up again, Bertram.
Cowboy
and now he's open-ended.
Tony outflops everyone to this point.
Gut
Top
shot
pair
for
on the
Till.
flop. Cowboy Tony does have the ace of spades, so pretty
blocker.
good turn for him with his pair.
Bertram's thinking.
I think Bertram's got to get away from the 8s here unless he thinks possibly his 8 of spades could be good if another one rolls off. But facing this bet and with his stack size, it's kind of all in or fold. I think he's going to lean the fold route and does, and same for Tillman. So Cowboy Tony's going to take down his first significant pot.
Yep.
Won a sizable amount of money yesterday in our 300K guaranteed tournament. We had 4 players win 20K plus, one with 18K. So everybody pretty happy at the end of last night's stream.
Yeah, chopped 5 ways, which I'm not. I always told myself if I ground that long to get to that point, I don't know if I'm chopping. I might be the most hated person at the table, but having said that, I've chopped a million tournaments. So, I don't say no typically unless somebody's getting on my nerves. But
yeah, I think it depends on the tournament. I was thinking about that last night. I know that's your general sentiment, but given how big the blinds were in 5 ways and how even the stacks were, I think it would be hard to walk away from a 25K payout when you, when the next person out was going to win just under 11K.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. And I got that. You and Lottie made good points that you were on the chat with me, and that's a good point. But I also think in terms of I'm happy to be there a little bit, Yeah. So
Just James now with another premium pair. He's already had queens. Now jacks. Once again, no real action.
Yep, no real. It's early.
Yeah, people settling in.
Yeah, we know Cowboy Tony's not nervous, but the rest of them are in the new room for the first time and maybe a little tight to start with.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to just have a sticker on it.
Ace deuce, though.
They sent us a,
All right,
we
you
ran
know.
out of
Yeah.
stickers, so they sent us a good
What are you going to do?
Uncle T, what's your strategy when you sit down to a new table? I'll just fill in with mine. I typically play a little bit tighter to start, just to kind of figure out who's doing what. If there's a maniac at the table, you need to
Evaluate
maybe,
that.
yeah. What's your strategy?
No, I always say, I'm going to start slow because I don't want to pull a muscle.
Yeah.
I honestly, I always feel like some of my worst calls and worst plays are earlier on before I'm settled in. So, yeah, my range narrows. I'm getting in the mode of thinking about position and thinking about, what my representative hands are as opposed to what they are and what are theirs. And it takes me a while to stretch it out a little bit. So, yeah, I start pretty tight. King Queen is ahead and folded to a bet by the Jack 9. I love Jack 9 suited myself, so.
Actually, I recall that from the chat last night.
Yeah,
It's
we
one of
talked
your
about that
favorite
last
hands.
night. Oh, we had the hand of the night. For those of you that didn't see, aces folded against King Jack, with the king on the flop.
I believe it was King Jack, and the flop was King Queen blank, and made a strong move. And I guess ICM implications kind of took over.
Yeah, they
it was a
did.
big spot, and the aces did let it go.
Well, Lottie did a good job pointing out they had been within 5 blinds of each other in stack size for the whole last hour. And that really affected the aggressiveness. There was not any big stack aggression because there wasn't any big stack. There wasn't any desperation moves because the smaller stacks have been eliminated. So I kind of got it.
It was also very interesting because the blinds really caught up with the stack sizes, because for the first, I believe it was 63 hands, there wasn't a single elimination, which is extremely rare.
I was in the black chip tournament. I kept looking over and I'm like, are these guys ever going to eliminate somebody?
Yeah, I believe the short stack won 6 of the first 7 flips, or all-ins, I should say.
No, that's always fun at a tournament when you just want to eliminate.
Yeah,
and
ladder up a little bit.
Yeah, instead the short stack wins every one of those. There's a big flop. Kevin's still out ahead. No, I take it back. There's sixes, queen sixes ahead.
Lucas with a little piece here.
Yeah, backdoor for
kicker,
Kevin.
really.
And backdoor for Lucas. Certainly diamond would be ugly, but aces are probably gonna keep it low.
No help on the turn for Lucas. Jack of hearts. Tillman still well ahead. His sixes and a queen kicker.
Yeah. You expect to check there almost every time.
Yeah, they're probably in showdown value mode, I'd imagine.
Oh, nice little bet by Tillman. He took the early.
Yeah, I kind of like that bet there, because if you check over to Lucas, he might bet an amount that you really don't want to call with just your pair of sixes. So,
yeah, I know there's no such thing as positional equity, but if you want to steal it from somebody, then if you're in the early position, block bet.
Yeah. And if you get raised, you're behind and you can just fold.
Yeah.
At these stakes, some people have moves on the river, but it looks like
good call.
Does make the call, so Tillman gets some very thin value there on the river.
Yeah.
Nice hand for Tillman.
Yeah, if y'all know Tillman from our 1-3 and 2-5 streams before, probably will be the tightest player at the table, but also is really, really good at getting value out of the hands that he plays.
Yeah, he's a savvy player, but doesn't typically VPIP extremely high. But
he told me when we're sitting at the bar, the lovely bar in the center of our new facility, before the live stream, he said, yeah, you hammer me on the stream. So I was like, what can anybody say about you, Till? You're the nicest guy, one of the smartest guys, the easiest going player at the table. What am I going to say? Except for lie. He said, well, you can lie if you want. Yeah, I love Till.
Yeah, Tillman, a lot of fun to play with.
As it says on the back of his shirt, getting your back into the game.
Yep. He
That's
is
what he's
a
doing with
physical
mine.
therapist.
Yeah, he's great.
Actually fixed my shoulder at the poker table one time.
So that's kind of, was it with like one of those TikTok videos of the dog guy that gets the dogs to pop?
He
and then they look at him
he
and
didn't
lick his
actually.
face?
It wasn't. He didn't have to touch me. He just showed me a little exercise. And
Oh
it
yeah,
worked
the
right
chin
away.
exercise.
Yeah,
You told me about that. Yeah.
so just James.
So you didn't have to lick his face. That's good.
With another playable hand, but unfortunately, Cowboy Tony has him dominated with the Ace Queen, Ace 10 suited for just James. Thank you, Rugged Wizard in the chat. Says just sub. Love the content.
Rugged Wizard. Boy, that sounds like
It's a good name.
A Viking shaman.
And once again, the lesser kicker out flops a better ace. So just James with top pair here. Very connected board. No flush draw.
Now the straight draw comes in. That might slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, any 9 makes a straight, but just James is going to check it over.
All right, folks, chat away. Got 85 of you in the stream. We'd love to hear from you. I'm going to be asking you questions.
Deuce of diamonds, basically a blank on the river here, so just James still good with his pair of 10s. And he will block bet and take it down. Just $30 into 200 and change pot. Just James with those premiums early, doesn't get paid, and finally gets top pair and actually wins one with the weakest hand he's had so far.
Yep. Last night it was Premium City.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of kings,
A lot of
several
ace,
aces.
king, ace, queen versus ace, jack a lot. Like you said on that hand, the ace with the lower kicker was hitting.
Seemed to keep, keep out flopping the better ace.
The dominated hand kept hitting its lower pair.
Kristen in the box here. She's also the person that puts together these lineups. Does a great job of that. A lot of work.
Yeah, Ted, I think he'd do it just if you kind of smiled at him. I agree. I don't know. The beard might turn me off. The beard is growing out, though, so I'm much happier with your face at this moment.
Yeah, it's my face needs a beard.
You know, that's what the ex-wife used to say. You got a lot of face. Just break it up with something.
King high flop, a couple of 5s and trips for KY here. Wow. Unfortunately for him, Barber completely bricks. Only backdoor hearts as a prayer.
Yeah, not going to be. He's going to put him on a king at the least if he bets. This is definitely the lower end of KY's range.
Barber's going to bet into him and get a call.
Interesting.
So we'll go to a turn here.
Perfect scenario.
8 of diamonds improves no one. KY with check mark here, cannot lose. And makes a boat on the river. Imagine he'll go for some value here.
What do you guess? 75? A little over half pot. He may be going big.
Looks like
here.
he might
125?
be about 125.
Yeah, he's going to make this look a little bluffy. But, you know, Barber's like, right now I'm playing the board.
Yeah, Barber's going to save face here and let it go. He's going to show the table. Or no, he did not show the table. Maybe flashed it.
No. He was kind of doing a little acting there, like, you know, I really had a good hand, so that Kevin would think he made a good fold.
Fernando asking about the memberships. I believe we do have a daily membership. Actually may need to check on weekly, but we definitely have a monthly
yeah, now
membership.
the first day, obviously, you had that annual for $10.
Yeah.
Which was very upsetting to me considering I spent the first day in Orlando. But, yeah, you can do daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly. That's my understanding. That hasn't changed from the previous.
The monthly currently is only $10, which is
it is discounted.
Screaming deal compared to most other clubs that I'm aware of.
Yep. Well, they got an incredible number of memberships that first day, including a lot of new membership, which is the whole goal.
Yeah.
But they want to string that out a little bit, get a lot of newer players in.
And a lot of new players we have walking through the room. We've got a pretty full cash room going on right now.
Yep.
A couple final tables in the back of the daily tournaments. We'll talk about some of the tournaments we have upcoming as we go along.
Including tonight. There's a tournament starting in an hour and a half. If you feel like coming up and playing. Now, I think that $10 is for a month, Jedi. That's the special going on. $300 a year is, yes, typical. I don't know. I will find out if that is. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to step out and go ask. Because you know what? We want our chatters to be happy. I'm going to find out.
Get you all the membership information here in a moment. In the meantime, we got Cowboy Tony with King 10 offsuit versus Lucas's Ace Queen off. There's a 3-bet and a call. Jack high flop. Beeper, there are no blackjack tables. This is a poker-only club.
Okay, so David, our executive producer, said it is 10, 30, 300. So Jedi, you are the Jedi. You are the master. That is, there's no special going on right now. What is the minimum at the blackjack table? Well, that would be 0.
Yeah, I trust that.
No blackjack.
Poker-only club.
You already told him that? Yeah, that's interesting.
Got an 8 on the turn, changes nothing. Nobody with much here. Ace high still good for Lucas. 525 in the middle. Looks like Lucas is going to fire out. I imagine this will be it, unless, and it is. Quick fold from Cowboy Tony. Lucas wins a pretty nice pot with just ace high.
We'll be tracking those VPEP numbers for you tonight. Obviously, they're a little skewed right now with only 11 hands having been dealt.
Pretty quick 11 hands, actually.
Yeah,
Moving
I think
along.
a lot of folds. We haven't been getting completely through the board. Oh my gosh, Beeper, you stole my question of the night. What's the best food item on the menu? I was going to ask everybody. If you've been here, what was your favorite item? As I actually did ask. I mean, Kyle was saying the salmon, that chicken sandwich, mine. I don't know if there's a best because I haven't heard one person say a negative thing about the
Not
food
one.
yet. And I've seen just about everything served. And I just had cheesecake that was killer. So,
and this is not just a promo from Tom and I. We really, truly have not heard anyone dislike their food. It all looks very good. Even the food I haven't had that I've just seen looks great.
yeah, I mean, if anything, the first couple of days they were so busy that people had to wait a little bit, but that's true of any restaurant that's killing it. But no, they're everything, including some of the breakfast. You know, they have a 24-hour breakfast menu. All of it is great. Yeah,
Jedi Master likes the Aces burger. I've heard great things about that. I love a good burger. I may try that next, along with that chicken sandwich.
And if you get a chance to see Justin, he's going to be here for quite a while with this kitchen till it's established and everything. If you see him, I mean, he'll be doing everything from bussing tables and passing out water to cooking. If you get a chance to see him, give him your feedback. He wants it. He encourages it. I told him there's just nothing negative to say right now, so he needs to mess up at least once.
Yeah. A real chef made the menu, and it definitely shows.
Yeah, I met him 3 or 4 months ago, and he was asking, well, what foods would you like to see that he thought were Austin kind of specials?
Yeah, I think they nailed it. I mean, even a snack of the deviled eggs is perfect for poker. If you don't need a full meal, you can get a nice snack. There's a lot of other options as well. But
I frankly, last night, did you see the sweet potato kind of waffle fries?
I did not.
Oh my gosh! And Chef was eating them, and he said, "Well, take one off my plate." And I'm like, "No, my mother's still alive. She would be able to sense it. That's like a
it's a no-no.
No for my mom is taking food off other people's plates." But I told him, I said, but I'm going to get them because they just look amazing.
Another snowman sighting, ace high flop.
Yeah.
The queen and the deuce, no flush draws. Everybody misses.
Three-way.
Those big cards are
Try,
going
guys. I got.
to. No, you know, I like Lucas's game already. He is not afraid to stick out
I'll wake up now. I promise.
a bet, see what happens. And he's won a couple extra hands.
Knows that flop favors his range and
Yeah,
takes advantage.
yep. Yep, one of the things I read about all the time. Play your range, don't play your cards as much.
Looks like we have TM joining us.
Yeah,
in
TM.
the 4 seat. Well-known Austin player. Always fun to have him on the stream as well. He is a tournament and cash game crusher.
Yep. So that makes our lineup Bertram in 1, who we know very well. Tillman, which we talked about, Till. They got Lucas in seat 3, Florida boy, who hates to hear bad beat stories at the table. We got TM now, who asked me earlier, get me into the game. So I called Kristen, a familiar. Kevin in seat 5, the quiet assassin. Poker amateur in seat 6. Software engineer, likes Jack 10 of spades. Then we've got Just James, our old buddy, in seat 7. Barber, also our buddy, who he hates knit rolls. I assume he means poker knit rolls and not some Asian dish. And then Cowboy Tony, who was in the live stream final table last night in seat 9. So that's our lineup tonight. A couple of backup players that are waiting in the wings. So we'll have a full table all night.
Quick raise and take it for Tillman with an ace-jack suited.
All right, we're going to take bets on what Bert's going to order in seat 1. I'm going to go with something that's neat. He doesn't look like a guy that would want a big volume meal. So maybe the salad with the stickers, or what do you call them? Not stickers. What are
The
they?
skewers?
Skewer. Yeah.
J-Tex asks, can you just roll up and eat the food? You absolutely can.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful area to the left as you come in. I've already told myself I can't play poker during a Cowboy game, but I am going to come up here for the sports book looking TV arrangement that we've got on the left at the front of the house. And there's an eating area that's as nice as a restaurant. Yeah. Chicken sandwich is what Hunter T is guessing.
Hey, you walk in and there's an enormous big screen to your left, so it'll be a great place to watch football this fall. Tillman with the super premium ace-king suited. Lucas also with a strong ace of the lesser variety, ace-10 offsuit. Lucas is going to 3-bet Till to see what he decides to do with ace-king suited, and he's going to put in a 4th bet. Oh, he jams.
He went all in.
$15.95. He's all in, and that's going to take it down.
You know, and this is what I love about Till. You're thinking, man, he gave up a lot of value with a premium hand. You know what Lucas is sitting there thinking to himself? Oh my gosh, he had 5s or 6s. So Till will do this early on. I've had him do it to me, and you just go into a polarized thought about every hand he plays from then on out.
Right.
I think it's bloody genius because it allows him to mix up his game even though he plays generally tight. Hunter T, where are you from?
Yeah, I would love to have you, Hunter.
Yeah. Yes. By the way, the A-Loft that is close by has a deal with Texas Card House, Texas Card House Social, TCH Social.
Still have to get used to
I know. So the A-Loft, there's one particular location. I believe it's on the website that you can check it out if you want to stay in a hotel close by.
5 raise 7, 6 fold 7.
KY is going to raise up the king 10 off from the low jack. Barber with 8s yet again. It's been a popular pair in 15 hands. He'll make the call. Tillman also calls with suited 10-5. He's in the straddle, so
yeah,
not much more for him. Queen Jack 7 rainbow. Open ender for KY.
Yeah. Oh, Barber's still ahead. Actually, KY's got the most equity, but Barber's
as
ahead.
expected, Kevin, aka KY, will bet his draw. Barber with 2 overs, probably going to release the 8s here, unless he decides to make a move. He will flat. Not ready to release just yet. An 8 from space on the turn. Nope. King of diamonds.
Still
Gives
maybe wishing
KY
he
a
was
top
in the
pair
hand.
here.
Yeah. Of course, we know that the 10, if the ace
Yeah,
comes out.
open-ended with top pair, and
Yeah.
that's a pretty terrible turn card for a pair of 8s, even after
Yeah.
calling the flop here. I imagine Barber's going to check back and maybe hope to get to showdown,
Yeah,
unless he
there's
decides to represent that he hit
too many Broadway
a
cards
straight.
for 8s. Yeah. If I'm playing that type of hand and there's 2 Broadway, although he makes the call, if there are 2 Broadway cards, I'm pretty much done.
I don't think Kevin's going to go away for that bet sizing. I would like to see Barber if he's turning his hand into a bluff. I mean, I think you got to go a little bit bigger there. 4
the
of
diamonds
diamonds
get there.
completes the
Yeah.
backdoor flush draw, but nobody with diamonds.
And you wouldn't expect anybody would have them at this point.
Check, check, and KY will take this one down. 4-10 headed to his stack.
So the answer to your question, Beeper, is yes.
It is TCH Social.
Which TCH is Texas Card House. We're not like KFC. We haven't completely dropped the filler and letters, but it is TCH Social.
So funny you bring that up. I was watching a game, and it was at the Louisville basketball arena, and the name of the arena is the KFC Yum Arena.
Is Yum another business, or is
No, I think they just decided to throw the Yum in there, which I found interesting and a little. I feel like somebody should have vetoed the marketing manager that wanted to add the Yum. I think the KFC Arena would have been good enough.
Yeah, I started to say there's somebody in marketing that needs to be
No
fired.
offense to any Louisville fans that may be on
Yeah,
the stream here.
the Yum Arena. That the Yum Arena sounds like a exotic city on the coast of Tahiti. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't even know what that. Yeah, and you know what? Every announcer that says it afterwards is like, "That's the stupidest thing I've ever said."
So we got a couple playable, actually 3 playable hands here. A suited ace for Lucas. Cowboy Tony is going to 3-bet from the button. Great spot to do
Kevin's
that.
got my favorite small pair. Are we going to call it?
And
See that doggy in a window?
we may, and actually the 3-bet coming from Lucas, he's going to raise up to 275. His ace 7 suited, a very aggressive play here.
Oh, Kevin. Doesn't believe in him like I do.
I think, yeah, Tony appears leaning toward a call with position here, and does make the call.
Lucas is showing some aggression early.
Absolutely.
And from a bad position, too. Early aggression. I like it. Uh-oh.
Top pair for both players, a couple of spades.
Now, this does, again, like you said earlier, play into Lucas's range, but they both check it.
Check, check.
Now, Tony turns the gut shot.
Beeper says the KFC stock symbol is Yum. That's
really?
news to me, so
You know, I think now
makes
that
slightly more
you're
sense
right,
now.
Beeper. Now that I have heard that.
Okay.
Still a bad decision, I think.
So we have a bet from Lucas and a call from Tony. Still way ahead.
Oh,
with
my
his 10
gosh.
kicker. And
Oh, my
Tony
gosh.
makes a straight on the river.
Oh, the
the
nuts
jack.
on the river.
So Tony now with the stone cold nuts. So
And Lucas can't even represent that he was betting spades, and he goes all in. He jams it.
he stuffs it for 715.55. I think Lucas is going to have to get out of there, and
yeah,
he does.
Yeah. Big pot of the night so far, 27.05. Going to Cowboy, keeps his good play up from last night.
I'm not so sure about the jam on the river there. I know that you really only get called by another 10.
Right.
I think it might.
Did he show? I was looking down.
I'm not sure that he showed, but I think I might go for a mega value bet where you can get called by something a little weaker, maybe 400, 500 or so.
Yeah. as Lucas decides to put a little more money on the table.
And our second PLO $15 bomb pot. Hand 17.
I see a bottle of adult beverages coming to the table.
See if we can get it. I'm going to guess we're going to get more action on this bomb pot than we did the first because it's impossible to have less. So. See if we can get some fireworks here. Bomb pots are not capped at TCH, so players can get all in.
You know, I agree. We've talked about that a couple of times, Jedi. That you know, probably the aquarium and the little swim school next door hates us. But you know, I do know that during the build-up, they came in, the inspectors did, and said you need to add a whole. I was talking to Victor. He said that add a whole nother layer of drywall, and the guy and Victor said to me, he said, "Oh, really? Why is that?" He goes, "It's code." And I said, "Victor, you should have said what? Are you afraid of the aquarium catching on fire?" He goes, "Yeah, I wished I'd thought of that, but you know." Just imagine back in the day when the I don't say their name out loud. The other big card house here in town was killing it. Imagine how much those businesses hated it.
Oh yeah,
because it's much more limited there. Yeah.
When it does fill up here, there is a shuttle from the previous location, so there are options if the parking lot is full.
The main problem with theirs is there's 5 or 6 businesses that are affected by it. Here, it really only affects the aquarium and maybe the swim school next door. But
so we got top set on the bottom board here for Just James. Bertram with top 2.
Looks like a set of kings on the bottom for Just James. And it looks like Queen 9 for Lucas. Is that the one you mentioned?
I did not see Lucas yet, so he has flopped a straight.
We're out of practice, dude. We're both like looking at all these cards trying to figure it out.
Takes a while to sort it out with these bomb pots.
It takes 4 sets of eyes.
Just James. Barber also with the Queen 9 straight.
The good thing about Barber's hand is he kind of blocks having the 2 9s anybody else, but of course he's worried about the spades, and obviously poker amateur might stay in the hand for that reason. The deuce is a blank. King Jack does not affect the bottom very much.
Yeah, Just James still with the nuts on the bottom with this set of kings, and as you said, Uncle T, a blank on the top with the deuce of diamonds. Does bring in a backdoor flush. Barber has backup diamonds.
Yeah, he's actually loves that card.
Yeah, he can actually improve to the queen high
He doesn't
flush.
know it, but there are no other diamonds out there. The Queen 9 is good on the diamonds.
Don't love a queen high flush in a bomb pot, but
No.
definitely nice to have a backup plan for your straight in case you're getting quartered.
Well, the pot's big enough at this point. You can't. It's a hard time to imagine people are still drawing. This is the difference is that these are not wide open luck box players. They know how to play these hands. I promise, Beeper, we did not poach the aquarium for our salmon or any of our fish dishes.
The salmon is not sourced next door.
Let's put a hacksaw to that theory right now. Yeah, no.
It's very fresh, but not that fresh.
It is not that fresh.
So Just James is going to go all in here. Put max pressure on the other players. Bertram in a world of hurt on the top. He's going to need a 10 or a jack to boat up.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that call. I mean, he's got jack 5 in the bottom. He's got 2 pair on both boards, but the straights there on the top, and you're always worried about a set with 2 pair. You should be. You may not always be, but you should be.
Barber trying to decide if he's going to get quartered in this spot, and he does stick it in.
You know, again, the 9s are a little bit of an insurance policy because you're blocking. And now Lucas does have Queen 9,
That's
so
true.
It's, you know that you're thinking to yourself, oh, how is that possible with me having a pair? And Boy, howdy.
Diamond on the river for Barber would be a massive card because he could take the whole top.
Yep. And Bertram went ahead and jammed all his last 310. Again, you said at the beginning he buys in short. He's not afraid to get it in. He's got bullets to blow, so to speak.
Bertram looking for a 10 or a jack. Barber looking for a diamond on the top. Just James in excellent shape on the bottom board. Could get rivered with a different straight.
Yeah, he has a Badoogie, suit-wise. He's got rainbow in his hand, so he doesn't get helped by it, and he draws to flushes, obviously. He would love to see a 4. I guarantee you that. He blocks it with a 5, I guess is more likely. I see 1 5 out there. Obviously, there's 1 jack out there.
Just James needs to fade the final 10 in the deck. Looks like we've got 3 out there already.
Anybody open-ended on the bottom? 6-3? No. Deuce ace or 3 deuce? No. Really, Barber's in really good shape. The low end straight cannot be made, and the top end straight, Lucas has got to draw to that, but it's also being blocked severely on the bottom, so he can only get another king, and we know the kings are all but gone.
Barber could actually get 3/4 if he goes diamond 10, but there's only 1 10 left. We got a $5,390 pot going here, folks.
Yeah,
So
I'm not going to count that as the big pot of the night, but we'll call that the BP big pot. BP. Well,
definitely a lot more action than the first bomb pot.
and the action's over. We got 3 all-ins, and Lucas just a little bit behind. Yeah, well, we'll have a chip leader. This will loosen the table up. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a little tight early.
It's all right. I know
So
there's
53.90.
10 of diamonds is coming right now.
Kristen with the hardest job in dealing, trying to find all these side.
Oh!
And Barber gets the diamond.
The good thing is he's got essentially nut.
And just James holds on the bottom. So just James and Barber will split a massive pot. Huge
Yep,
hit
he's
there
getting
for Barber.
3/4, $4,000 he's going to make off this pot.
He's got a pair of 9s on the bottom, and he's got a diamond flush up top.
Wait a minute.
That's
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
they're
just
they're
James
showing the
and
win
Barber.
amount.
Pretty unfortunate there for Lucas. Doesn't get his
25%
quarter of the
of
pot.
53.90 is not 1878, so I'm not real sure why that's showing so much for just James.
For this pot,
I guess he's getting a quarter or a quarter of his own money back as well. So it's going to be 12. Yeah, I get it. Sorry, I'm doing math in my head. For somebody from East Texas, that's always a bad idea. I got to take my shoes off. Wow, what a bingo card.
Yeah, big hit there for Barber. Actually won the first small bomb pot, and now a big one here, or at least half of
Yeah.
the majority of this bomb pot.
Well, the good thing about it is for Just James is that, although Bertram was a shorter stack, that Lucas was dead money as well. So, he was in for, what is that, 1133 or 1130? Yeah, once again, don't let a East Texan do the math.
Well,
1125. And he got most of it back. He only lost about $75 or $100 in the pot.
Just barely. So all the chips going to the right side from the dealer's perspective of the table. So just James and Barber now up over 1K each. They're leading the way. Lucas, unfortunately, down 2.2K. A little bit of misfortune there with that diamond on the river. Bertram will reload as predicted.
Players check.
Beeper says the dealer is having heck with this spot. Kristen's a very experienced dealer.
Yeah.
I think that's about as good as you can do with all the side pots
Yeah,
in
you got essentially 4 different pots there. Although they get swept because Bertram's part of the pot was much smaller, and it just. But you have to take that pot and the other 2 pots and break it into 75-25, which they have a great way of doing it, which is to put those out there,
pile them up,
send one to Barber, and then split that one in again. and send it to Just James. But it takes time. And if I was a dealer, it'd be my least favorite thing about my job is bomb pot.
All I have to say is if I had dealt that hand, it would have taken 45 minutes.
I guarantee
and probably
you.
still been wrong.
Yeah, I guarantee you.
You actually had some experience dealing, right?
But don't even bring that up. Yeah, I dealt the Christmas party for about 20 minutes and learned that yeah. I'd rather be a proctologist. Honestly, it was just all the things that I don't do well.
Premium here for Kevin. He's got ace king off.
They seem to read better that way. 5 raise 30, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold.
Well, we had a $2,700 hold'em hand, and now we've had a $5,300 or $5,400 bomb pot hand. Let's see if that loosens up the table a little bit. Certainly, there's a couple of players that need to dig themselves out of holes, which is always an action driver.
I need barrels too.
Suited 7-5 for Tillman. Unfortunately for Kevin, nobody raising, going multi-way here.
Well, it's so soft. It's so soft. I can send you referral and give you $23 if you want. But it's so soft.
5-8-6
I just started playing again.
on the flop.
It's like the only website I'm
Rainbow.
I went through a couple thousand.
Tillman jumps into the lead with bottom pair here. And a gut shot as well.
Yeah, like you write in, you get free money, right? No, this you don't write.
I'm sorry, an open ender.
You buy the like.
Tillman
Six on the
takes the
turn.
initiative. He liked that 6. Now he's really, in his mind, just fading the 8.
You know what I'm talking about?
PM's going to make the call. Of course, he does know that he's not the
King
only
gets out of
one.
there.
Yeah, ace king, horrible board placement.
So TM is going to be the winner here with his 10 kicker.
They'll give you $1 every day. Yeah. But I didn't know that too. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I played next to TM in the Black Chip Bounty tournament, and he just was card dead. And he's such a patient, steady player. But I could see he was starting to get to him. He was so card dead. And I wanted to ask him how he kept his patience, and then I saw a couple indicators that he was struggling. It was, I mean, I don't think he played a hand in, probably 60 hands.
Yeah, we've all had those brutal streaks. I always just tell myself, eventually the variance will come around and you'll have a hot streak.
Yeah, but what if it's next Tuesday instead of this Tuesday? You know what I
Just
mean?
lose as little as you can until next Tuesday.
I didn't know opportunity to like get the same amount of money. My buddy uses Global. I'll tell him about it.
Yeah, but I've been doing this and now I have carpal tunnel on my phone. I mean, I literally,
I've been playing games for 30 years, bro. I've been had that.
Bro, it's like, yeah, it's like $600 or $700.
We'll move on to hand number 19 here.
But like my thumb is numb. Like it's been numb for 2 days.
Looks like we'll get 25 hands in the first hour, which is always a good sign of making our goal of 100 hands in the 4-hour live stream.
That's a lot of money.
Roman with another strong starting hand. He's just going to call, and Lucas is going to raise it up, as has been his theme all night. He's going to 3-bet to 250 with the king-queen suited. Looking to make back a little bit of that money he lost in that bomb pot with the unfortunate river. Does take down the previous bet, so nice move by Lucas. Never bad to win $165 unchallenged.
So we still haven't answered the question, what food did Bertram order? Maybe he just ordered that bottle of wine and that's all he's...
Yeah.
Okay, well, we all blanked on that answer. All right, folks, so we're wrapping up our first hour. I always bring questions that I want to ask. So,
You can outsource it. Just
somebody tell me why they call the Queen Jack the Oedipus hand. Oedipus, the literary character. Why did they call the Queen Jack the Oedipus hand? Keep it clean. Why do they call the Queen Jack the Oedipus hand?
Get some guesses in the chat here.
Not something I've heard at the table. Oh, I had Oedipus. I think, we're in Texas. That might stretch the knowledge.
But like also, Like you can get some.
That's way better than any hourly you're gonna have.
Cowboy Tony going to raise up a suited queen 8. Poker Amateur makes the call with the 10-8
You
off
have to play it, but like.
from the straddle.
What is it? So one time run through?
Yeah, one time run through. It's got to go to the table.
Smashes top pair.
Playing a favorite hand of mine, although it's not suited.
There are some people like on some casino they got rid of.
Cowboy Tony's going to lead out with basically an air ball. He just has queen high, no backdoor possibilities. I guess a runner, jack 9, but so a call from Poker Amateur with top pair, 4 of clubs on the turn brings in a backdoor flush draw. Nobody with clubs.
Cowboy
Amateur's going
Tony
to
is
check over. See if
take a stab
Tony's
at
going
it
to
here.
keep telling a story that he's got something. That's about 2/3 pot, it appears.
He's believed.
Wow, gets the fold from Poker Amateur.
Hadn't played a lot of hands yet.
Oh, he actually overbet the pot. He bet 300, so that was enough to get a weak pair of 10s to fold.
Yeah, that just screams ace-10. Yeah, I wanted to start Beeper with a harder question. Of course, everybody's going to get on the internet and look. Oh, good idea, Hunter. I actually almost did that last night.
I did do that last night.
Cast
I
it on
kicked back on the couch, watched it on my very large TV, and chatted on my phone.
Well, it was so cool outside because of the rain last night. I ended up going out on the balcony.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting out there.
Very pleasant.
Might have lit up a Davidoff cigar, sat
Nice.
back. Yeah.
It's a great way to watch a stream.
Yeah, very relaxing. Cats hate it, but nothing will get them to run off the balcony quicker than I light up a big stinky cigar.
See the V pips at the bottom just kind of shows how active each player. 21 hands, a little bit skewed. So Lucas has been,
but he's been the most aggressive.
He has been the most aggressive. Tillman's had quite a few solid starting hands.
It's a little high for him. He'll be back down in the 25 area by the time we're done with the stream. Bertram, yeah, not surprising. He also was a little late, so he hasn't played as many hands. Yeah, pretty much the way you'd expect it.
So I'm going to beat you to it. We're on to the Deion Sanders hand. Uncle T likes to use Cowboys
I do. Cowboy numbers, yeah. Although I'd call that the Zeke Elliott hand. Deion was 21 somewhere else first.
Well, you just like to age yourself, I think.
I do. I mean, I should call it the next hand is the Emmett hand, and the hand before was the Bob Hayes hand.
Actually saw Emmett Smith this last weekend. His son plays for Texas A&M, my alma mater. Is at the A&M Notre Dame.
Is that school in Texas?
It's the best one.
Oh my gosh.
3-bet here from TM with the ace-9, and Bertram is going to make the call with the 10-9 suited.
Okay, Jedi, I'm going to call internet search on you. Yes, it's Oedipus married his mother, and she was the queen at the time. So, yep, very good. Although anything over 1 minute, I'm going to call internet search. Really, 20 seconds nowadays. Good answer. All right, Jedi.
TM's going to bet into Bertram here with just ace high. He's way ahead with just ace high, sharing the 9. Bertram with only 365 behind is going to fold. I think 9-10 suited is a hand you probably only want to play if you're a little bit deeper stacked.
I do. I will play 9-10 offsuit if I'm, cut off. But
yeah,
if that opens my range up just enough to include that hand, much rather see it suited. Of course, I'll play 10-9 suited just about anywhere. I have said Bieber for years that he is the on the Texas A&M gene pool. He's the drain. So we got the best that y'all had to offer. You're the drain on the G&M gene pool. So you're the deepest part. But I'm a Longhorn, so
Beeper, I liked you right up until that last.
Beeper, you're good with me, bro. Or bro, I don't know. Beeper
Longhorns
has
with a big game this weekend versus Michigan. That'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, that would. I'm going to be nervous. I'm gonna enjoy it.
Well, I just sent my first
I
batch
wish
of
that
this.
turkey that
It
was
takes 2
coached
months
last
to
year was
write.
still there, so we could whoop his
I'm
ass.
just gonna write these for like 2 months, and if I,
I would slow down so you get the first.
A lot of junky hands here so far.
You're gonna
They'll
write
be eating up.
5,000 of these things, and they're gonna just block.
Chris James with the suited ace finally, and Barber's going to take it down with a raise with Queen Jack. So we're quickly on to hand 23 here.
See a lot of that in those tournaments. Those suited aces getting way too much value.
Yeah, I don't like any suited ace between the 6 and the 9, typically. So people can still overvalue the ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited, that kind of thing, but definitely have more equity with those hands versus like an ace 7 suited.
Well, chatters, there's 122 of you in, so I'm going to take this opportunity to please press the like button. You want to get as many likes as the like button.
Subscribe to the channel. We have
Subscribe
a couple streams every week.
Yeah, we want to see likes and we want to see subscriptions. We'd love to have you. I'm always amazed at we'll have a couple hundred in the chat, and then we'll go the next day and see that 2,500 people have looked at it.
Oh yeah,
it's always amazes me how it's an exponential. It's a factor greater that we'll watch it later on. So if you're listening to us later on, we've got Whammo doing the play-by-play.
Uncle T.
Yeah.
Color commentary.
I'll let you introduce me.
And the humor.
A little less narcissistic when you do it.
Deuce 3-5 rainbow.
Oh, see, Jedi said, "Look, dude, I don't need a dang Google search to know what an Oedipus complex is." I guess I'd make a "Is your mama hot?" joke at this point, but I'm gonna let it go. I'm not even gonna mention it.
Tillman going to turn a wheel. Way ahead here.
Boy, howdy.
Make a small bet into $140 pot. Gets a call from TM, who turned top pair.
Yeah, it's tough to put somebody in a 4 in this position, although the pot's not particularly big. Now he improves to the 6-eye straight. Only gets beat by 4-7.
Tillman with another value bet. I think TM probably is going to have to shrug call given the odds that he's getting, but definitely looks like he's begging for a call.
Yeah, if anything, TM's not going to call because his kicker's weak in his mind.
He's getting around 4-1. He gets away. Very nice fold there from TM. Have to wonder, sometimes it's a little reverse psychology. If you bet a little bigger, it can look a little bluffier, but
like handwriting's unique. But yeah, we're I gotta do if I end up getting drafted or if I get 20K in a couple months. Oh, you don't know yet? No. There's a guy here who showed me he's been doing it a year, and he showed me he gets it.
So we move on to hand 25. Once again, we're coming to you from the brand new TCH Social here in North Austin. We've got a restaurant, we've got a bar, we've got beautiful seating you see in the background there to hang out.
And I hear from a lot of players how much they like the atmosphere of the room. I think there's a little bit of a fear when you walk into a place this big that it's just going to appear too big, and it's going to be similar to the Walmart of poker up north. It's going to be too kind of airy. It's not at all.
Yeah, I've heard multiple people compliment the general ambiance. So very comfortable place to play.
Yeah, I really like
amenities.
Huh?
With a lot of amenities. So.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Barber
Again,
here, another premium. He's got the jiggities.
Yeah, I got him again. What, didn't he have him before? Oh no, that was just James, I think. Now we haven't seen a lot of big pairs so far.
Poker amateur here with the 8-6 suited, a good big hand buster. So this will be an interesting flop.
Franco suited 1 gappers for not too much money.
Not for you guys, probably.
Ace high flop. Nobody real happy with this. We got the ace 4-5, another rainbow flop.
Eight check.
I can't see your black chips.
Barber's going to check over to Poker Amateur, and I'm pretty sure he's going to represent the ace here, and he does just that. Very small bet, just $60. This looks very value heavy. Although we know he just has eight high. Backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, really just betting his gutter.
Oh, excuse me, he does have a gutter.
Yeah, just betting his gutter.
Pretty gross spot for Barber here. He's probably not worried about the $60. He's worried about what bets he's going to face on the turn and river.
Yeah, really good point. You know, something you have to think about is, okay, I'm calling this. What am I calling next if he does have an ace? What am I willing if unlikely to hit my jack?
I mean, I could smell it.
How likely am I to get another Broadway card out there, which makes it even more difficult? Yeah.
Yeah, it gets away.
Too many bad things can happen.
Really can't blame Barber for that fold there.
Yeah, you got to get off that dirt road first time you see, bear poop. You know what I mean?
He's also out of position too, so he was going to have to play out of position with a underpair to the likely ace of Poker Amateur.
Yeah, well, as we were talking about earlier, if you do, this is the other thing I was going to mention about our restaurant area. If you do want to come up, bring the wife. I've had more of our older players bring from the whole place, bring their wives or their kids up because there's an area for them to see and sit. They don't get stuck in the front room. And sit there and have a really good hot fudge sundae or piece of cake. So,
yeah, actually, that's a great point. I have one of my close friends who will be on the stream very soon. Can't wait to have him. Had a little late work today, couldn't be on this one, but he brought his girlfriend to the room for the first time, and he told me he played. She was happy, had a great time hanging out, had some food and maybe a drink or two at the bar. So,
yeah, that brings the whole social club into it.
Absolutely.
You don't have to keep your family away from it like you would a home game or one of the smaller venues. You can bring them up.
Suited ace, queen jack for Tillman, 7 high flop. Everybody bricks here. A couple of clubs, nobody with the club. Beeper asks if there a dance floor.
No.
The way I look at it, you can just make any floor can be a dance
I start saying, Whammo and I were doing the Macarena the other day, and right in the middle of everybody.
Probably the YMCA next.
Yes. Well, if it's security hadn't showed up, we would have rolled right into YMCA. So.
Irony there is I'm absolutely not a dancer.
But I have.
If you so choose, I'm sure you can find a spot.
Yeah. Yeah. I have no rhythm at all.
No, my rhythm matches the way I look.
Really? Really? You gonna throw us Northern Europeans under the bus there?
Yeah, I dance as good as I look like I would.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I like to be somewhat predictable.
I know how to two-step. I am a native Texan. I can do that.
Oh, well, that's not dancing.
Well, yeah, it's more swaying.
That's synchronized fornication. I mean,
hey, Uncle T, Mama Frisbee might be watching.
Mama Frisbee, that was not your son that said that. I know my mother has not figured out how to do the live stream, so I can say permission.
Hey, whatever you want.
I ran all the numbers, and then again, ran all the numbers except for your 12.
Yeah, I grew up two-stepping. Little place called 9 Acres in Tarrant County, north of Fort Worth. 2 dance halls, the old style Texas swing dance hall, and then the more modern fast two-stepping and all that. So, yeah.
My grandparents were great waltzers.
Walters?
Yeah, they waltzed at their 50th wedding anniversary. It was pretty impressive. They did not forget how.
Wow. That's a classic.
A couple of queens and a jack on this flop. Nobody the queen or a jack. Lucas ahead with king high and gets TM to fold. It's a smallish pot there. Beeper likes Cowboy Tony's shorts and cowboy hat.
You know, I wasn't going to say anything about it, but there's a part of me, I'm a seventh generation Texan, and that's just wrong on too many levels.
In his defense, I believe he wore pants yesterday with the cowboy hat at the final table, so maybe just feeling a little comfortable with his fresh winnings.
Well, he's from South Florida, so that cowboy hat is
stolen valor.
Yes, it is. That is exactly what it is. I love that you said that. Stolen valor. That's it. I don't know. I've had some non-synchronous fornication before. Yeah, that's how bad my rhythm is.
Cowboy Tony here with the Ace Queen offsuit.
Nice one, Jedi. Nice one. Yeah, I get shorts. So we're already. What hand was
Suited
that?
king here for TM. He flops bottom pair. It's kind of been a. Oh, excuse me. He does not flop down the bottom pair.
Yeah, these are two complete whiffs for cards into it.
Top pair. Excuse me. I thought there was an ace queen out there. Still nobody with pair. Queen on the turn.
Yeah, only gut shot for TM, and that's about it. There's nothing for Lucas on this hand at all. And everybody whiffs, although there is the straight to the six now.
TM's king high good. He's going to make a bet, and I'm going to guess he takes it, and he does. Nice bet there from TM. Those little pots add up.
Yep, they do. And he's kind of a master at that. As we moved on to the next hand. So we are now a full hour into the broadcast. How many hands have we done? We've done 29 hands. Really, yeah, hour and 4 minutes. So we're running through them. Not seeing a lot of heavy action. We had a little spike there in the middle of the hour, but kind of settled in now.
Yeah, Wild Bomb Pot's been the hand of the night thus far. Almost $5,400.
Once again, we're at the new TCH Social in Austin, Texas. We've been open for 1 week tomorrow, although we had the party on Tuesday night. It was kind of an invitation-only little soiree for the new staff and some of us, which I didn't get to go to, and you didn't get to go to. But
unfortunately, I was very disappointed, but
place looks great. As you can see, there's a nice little seating area behind you're actually, as you walk in, the live stream area is right past the bar on the right. You can just see the edge of the bar there to your upper right. And the cash area is in the front, although there's cash tables also to the rear of Lucas right now. Usually some bomb pots and 12555 PLO going on there. And typically in the very back is the big area where they have the tournaments. Much quieter in the back there, away from the announcements.
yeah, if you're a PLO player, we've got a lot more PLO action than at the previous location. So, and some bigger action. We've had some pretty big games go off.
Yeah, so. Including a rolling private game that's gone on for quite a while. It is legendary already.
Kevin's going to take it with top pair and a flush draw. Had the best hand there.
Yeah.
Update on chip stacks. So Barber leading the way just above Just James. They split that large bomb pot we previously mentioned. KY, TM, Tillman, Cowboy Tony all in the green. Lucas, a bit of poor luck to start things, but we've got a long way to go. He can come back. We've definitely seen people go from the bottom of this list to the top. And speaking of bomb pots, we have our third bomb pot, $15 from each player, 2 boards. PLO, must use 2 cards from your hand to make the best 5-card hand. As a common mistake of folks who are not familiar with PLO or bomb pots.
Good point. I always forget that not everybody plays PLO. I have such a deep love and hate for the game.
I had not played PLO until I started here at TCH about 3 years ago, a little
Really?
over that. And there's a learning curve to bomb pots, but there's definitely a strategy. Some people claim it's all luck. It definitely is not.
No. No. And you can play 5 bomb pots with somebody and pretty much figure out how they approach it.
Yeah.
That's the thing about it. You can't vary up your game. You know, you see those that will make that initial first bet to get the prospectors out of the hand, narrow the field down, and then if they don't hit, they'll immediately go into check mode. And I'm more than willing for them to do that. I don't want to be the one to do that. So
Tillman going to come along with a pair of kings and a straight draw. Needs a queen on the top board to make a straight.
One of the queens already gone.
Don't have percentages because
Just
Poker
James
Amateur has a mystery hand.
Yeah. And Just James has the straight right now on the top, 10-6. It's not the nuts. Now the Jack-10 is the nuts, although nobody had that. Diamonds on both boards are we don't know what Poker Amateur has, but
he has a jack in there. He's pretty happy with that turn.
He does have, Just James does have the lower end of the straight also, so he kind of blocks that a little bit. Might make him a little happy.
Based on the betting, I'm going to guess Poker Amateur has an ace of diamonds in there. One of those hidden cards, and actually a set for Lucas.
Yeah, the set, although he's being beat by Just James's 10-6 right now, and the diamond draw.
You wouldn't want it every time. Sometimes it's kind of fun to have a mystery hand. Gives you a chance
Yeah.
to kind of try to.
Well, you're really good about
has.
reading those top board, bottom board percentages. I'm so into the cards and the combos that makes it easy because you're like rapping out the percentages. This is mysterious, so we don't know how strong that 10-6 is. It may absolutely be stone cold dead. Poker Amateur does have a 10, so if he has a jack, he's got the nuts on the bottom.
I didn't even see he was in the hedges. Wow. He did it? I would not have thought if I
Did he get it all the way
Just
through?
James jammed and got folds all the way around.
Well, you know, I get it. You know, he's got obviously he knew he had the only diamonds.
Yeah, so I guess the mystery is solved.
Yeah, not the 10
Poker
jack.
Amateur did not have the ace of diamonds.
Or the 10 of jack.
Pocket tens? I had one of yours. I mean, I was so alive. Bluffing on one board. Oh yeah, you were fresh. But it was very straight. Because you were drawing dead.
See the V-pips at the bottom of your screen. TM leading the way. Nearly 50%. Most of the time you'll see the winner, unless somebody just gets hit with the deck, to be in that high 20, low 30 range.
By the way, I'm going to compliment our producers right now. So we had some issues with graphics and some other things last night. They had David and Mel and Kristen and that whole group had very little time to get this thing David was setting this up last Friday and had live streamed that immediately. I love the way this looks, the angle of the cameras. I love the fact that we're now in our third live stream. We're having 0 issues.
No issues whatsoever.
So I'm going to big shout out to Dave and Mel and that whole crew. We do the easy part.
Oh, yeah. we just come in and do the fun part. They do all the hard work. Saw David here actually a couple hours at least before the stream working on getting everything ready.
Every time I've been here for the last 5 days, so he's been spending and putting a lot of time, he also does our launching campaign with all the videos and all those other things on Instagram. Check us out on Instagram and YouTube for the live stream. Poker Atlas, TikTok, everything. Is there anything we're not on? No, we're not on TikTok. I guess that would be individuals. I'm showing my age right now, right?
There's one more that I'm struggling to remember the name of. It'll come to me. But yeah, that's a pretty good summary. Top pair here for Lucas. Barber with an air ball. Just ace high. Does have 2 overs. No backdoor flush.
Still getting used to the new film. want to play tournaments that I feel comfortable. Yeah, that's something I don't like about the felt too. Is sometimes it's kind of hard. Like,
Let's see what Barber decides to do here.
I feel like I have the satellite that I'm probably not.
It's going to get resulted. This is what we had on hand.
I'm adding 1,000.
You're adding 1,000?
And he will let it go, and Lucas is going to take it down with top pair.
So you were saying sales for, sorry, can you explain how you use the car manufacturers? So like I call them like enterprise.
Stack sizes, we have everything from 630 for Bertram up to a little over 3K for both Barber and Lucas. Pretty deep stacks. Already have had a $5,400 bomb pot. Typically we'll see a no limit hand somewhere in the 6 to 8K range by the end of the night in this game. No limit coolers so far. Been relatively straightforward, but I'm sure we'll see a head-to-head match. A couple big pairs, set over set, something like that. We've got a lot of clubs here for both Lucas and Poker Amateur. Amateur with the better end of it. He's got Ace-Jack. The 9-10 for Lucas. Just James gets out of there with Ace-5 off.
I think realistically, once you play the first one, it don't feel like.
Deeper asks, what is worse, bad beat stories or bust out asking if anyone has Cash App? It's a great question. I'm going to say that's very close. I guess it depends on how long the bad beat story is. Got an ace-high flop here, so Poker Amateur is going to go squarely into the lead. He has 98% equity. Really no draws. Not a lot of hope here for Lucas. I imagine he's going to get out of there, and he does. Yeah, if anybody in the chat wants to answer Beeper's question, I'm very torn on that one. I think I'm going to lean toward Cash App because you have to step away from the table. I have helped folks that I know in that capacity at times, but if the bad beat story is not while I'm, or allows me to play or not while I'm playing, I'd probably lean that way. On to hand 33 here. Got a couple folds from Bertram and Tillman. Lucas, been pretty active tonight. He is going to raise the 8-6 suited from the hijack. TM out of there. Looks like Kevin wants to play his hand from the button here. And he is going to 3-bet. Looks like 130 with his ace-5 offsuit. It's a quick fold from Lucas, so he'll take down small pot here. Thanks everybody for joining us. As mentioned, this is from the new TCH Social here in North Austin. Gonna let everybody get a kind of glimpse. This is our opening night. We were quite busy, so enjoy this video, give you a feel for what the new club is like outside and in. Yeah, beautiful new club. That was a picture of opening night, and I'm glad that the aces got no action. Otherwise, we might have missed a big hand there, but it looks like, unfortunately for Kevin, he got no action with his aces.
It's always cool to me to think about how, like,
Michael in chat says, looks like a nice place. Thank you, Michael. It is quite nice. Definitely the nicest poker room I have personally ever been in. That includes Vegas.
yeah, like we just took like a $1 billion shot at AWS.
JD says, congratulations. It's great. Yep. Thank you very much, JD. Very excited about it. Great place to come and play and talk poker as we're doing tonight. It's been the night of snowmen so far, so Kevin, it's his turn with the snowmen. As Uncle T rejoins us following
Had to get my Diet Coke.
Coca-Cola.
It is a Diet Coke.
Diet Coke.
I've drank more sodas in the last week here than in the last 3 years.
Cowboy Tony going to be aggressive in position. Out of position. He's in the big blind. He's going to 3-bet ace-9 suited. Put a good amount of pressure on Kevin with a pair of eights. Does make the call. 7 high flop.
Great board for eights.
Backdoor flush draw for Cowboy Tony, but
see, he continues his aggression. Looks like he's going to put 300 out there.
He's saying that he has a big pocket pair, so this is a tough spot for Kevin. We can see that he's well ahead, but based on his out of position 3-bet and continuation bet here by Cowboy Tony, got to be concerned that he has an overpair to your eights.
Thank you, JD, and he does make the call.
Not convinced yet.
No. It's hard to imagine a big pair in the big blind, but that's actually a good card for Kevin.
Absolutely.
If he is playing pretty much what he's playing or a bigger Broadway card, he likes that staying low. Upstairs is our corporate offices, Jedi. Just to the very back of the building. Thank you, 702. I'm kind of fond of it my own self.
Got almost 1,200 in the middle, and
he's gonna
Cowboy Tony going to keep telling the story
he's
here.
at half pot, 575, 675, 700. Wow. So a
This is
60%
really a tough
pot
spot
bet.
for Kevin.
Yeah, it is. Kevin is so good if you play with him like we do at analyzing these hands. And right now he's thinking about what he's repping as opposed to what he probably has. How many times is he ahead here? What would he do if he had hand X and coming to the right conclusion?
Reaching for calling chips, makes the call.
Now Cowboy Tony's worried. It's much more likely that Kevin has in the hijack.
I think Cowboy Tony is, I think he's going to 3-barrel this.
Yeah. Well, that would be a mistake.
Rivers of boats.
Kevin.
What a river card for Kevin.
Yes, Mildred, there is a Santa Claus.
$2,590 in the middle, and Cowboy Tony does wisely give up here.
This is second nuts for Kevin.
Kevin trying to see what he can extract here, but unfortunately, Cowboy Tony, I think, is just going to check fold mode here.
Now Kevin's thinking about this. Do I jam here because he does have that big pair?
I believe he
did jam.
stuff it.
He did jam, and Cowboy Tony's like, okay.
Yeah.
Of course, Kevin wouldn't do that if he knew what he had, but if he had a hand like Jack's, that's exactly what you do.
It's been pretty interesting. I would love to see the river be a blank, like
all right,
a
so
non-heart.
that is now our leading hold'em hand. What did we get? 4,050. Wow.
Nice win there for Kevin.
Yeah, and boy, you got to tip your hat to being sticky like that. Getting lucky is nice, but what if a jack or a 9 or a 10 had come out on that? So hand 35 is now our big hand of the night for Hold'em.
What you actually receive.
Yeah, I have to admit, I might have gone away on the turn there.
I would have folded like a pumpkin, like a lawn chair.
Don't say it so low. I mean,
Lucas with suited connectors.
Love that hand.
I actually know it.
Not afraid to play him.
Yep, he doesn't need much to show aggression.
Kevin with another middling pocket pair. This time the Gretzky hand. Poker amateur with a very playable ace-10 suited is going to 3-bet to 200.
Seen a lot of threes tonight as well. Although I think other than aggression-wise with Lucas, they didn't win a hand.
Looks like just James already folded, it appears, especially as he walks away.
Yeah, that's a good indicator.
Gonna let the threes go to a 3-bet. Barber lets ace jack go. Tillman waking up with the Cowboys.
Oh, this is the worst guy to get the Cowboys, although he's got a tight reputation already.
What a great spot for Tillman.
With 300 in the pot, he's going to jam it. This is so Till.
Yeah, he's going to take it down here.
Yep. This is so Till. If you play with Till, you're like, yeah, all right. And only poker amateur that doesn't know him might be tempted, but he not with ace-10.
Yeah, that's an interesting hand. I think if I'm Tillman, probably over the long, I don't blame him for jamming there, but I think if you flat and then check to the razor and just plan to check raise any flop with no ace,
now
you're
Kyle,
gonna extract a lot more.
Now Kyle, what have I told you that the poker calculation is? On any given flop, there's a 14% chance of an ace hitting, unless you have kings, and then it's 90%.
Then it's 95. Yeah.
That is what I always say. That is, I'm like, yep, Till, get it. Take your money and run, because the ace is coming.
Lucas, I believe, with a pair of sevens here. Poker amateur is going to raise 25.
Especially when you start sharing.
Poker amateur's been quiet. Hasn't played a tremendous number of hands.
Lucas is going to raise up his pair of sevens to 100.
Like I said, Lucas does not take a hand that you flat with and flat. He's of that school that says if you got a hand worth playing, you raise it.
A lot of 3-betting tonight. Queen, queen, 6.
Pretty good board for sevens. Horrible board for jack 10.
Yeah, Lucas keeping the pressure on, bets 80. Relatively small bet into this pot size. Poker amateur, having seen him play a bit, thought he might raise there, but he just makes the call.
Now jack 10 gets a gutter.
Yeah, Lucas hates this turn card.
He does.
Poker amateur has a lot of aces in his range.
Very much so.
Probably not strong aces as he just flatted pre-flop, but goes check, check. River's a 9, changes nothing.
No.
So Lucas still good. I bet he goes for some kind of, he checks. See if Poker Amateur tries to win it on the river here. It's going to be a tough story to tell with his check on the turn. Knows he can't win unless he bets. Most likely. Just jack high.
So what bet size is?
He's going to go pretty good size here.
3/4 pots or more. Oh, he's going full pot. Almost full pot, 300. Put the pressure on Lucas. Lucas still down from that bomb pot earlier on.
Yeah, and Lucas can't even beat a pair of 9s.
No.
This is a pretty tough spot for Lucas. He's definitely thinking it over, though.
Makes a little sidebar comment. And then folds it. So do you play blackjack, Wemo?
I know how to count cards, actually.
Do you ever split tens?
I do not split 10s, as Beeper predicted. Thank you, Beeper. I appreciate the humor.
I've been looking at that little comment for the last minute while you ran over the hand.
I had seen it. I was like,
Oh, you
we'll
did see it?
finish the hand and then we'll address
See,
Beeper.
he's sneaky, Beeper. even when he talks, he's an Aggie that can multitask. You typically can't get him to ride horse and spit at the same time. So,
Beeper, you can keep it coming. I can take it.
yeah, he has to sit next to me. He can take it. Trust me. I had a Texas mixed marriage. So, you know what that is?
Texas what?
Mixed marriage.
An Aggie and a Longhorn?
Yeah. So I can't say anything. I married an Aggie.
Oh, I thought it was funny. I saw an interview. Quinn Ewers, his girlfriend goes to OU.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's just wrong. Technically that's not even the same species. I think you're going to have a hybrid child at that point. Wow. Oh, that's disappointing. I didn't. Why would you tell me a thing like that? Is it true? Is it really true? Or did
That's
you just
very
make
true.
that up?
I saw it out of his mouth.
All right. Well, I guess I'm going to be a Manning fan then.
So Beeper, go after Quinn Ewers' girlfriend, not me.
He ain't complaining about much right now. So
a couple junky hands here. We do have an open ender for Lucas. Nothing really working here for TM except for bottom pair.
Yeah. No redraws of any kind. Can't make a straight.
Is actually ahead.
Yeah.
Makes the call.
TM can be sticky. And
9 on the river. It's going to improve Lucas. And check. Lucas will take it down. Rivering TM there. Pretty impressive play, actually, from TM. I mean, he has bottom pair, no kicker, makes the call while he's ahead. Check river.
So I got to ask you, how do you like the table? You know, that's our table from the other building, but it was refelted, and Victor brought in 2 or 3 of the felts to get it just right. We wanted to, the way it looks in person may or may not be good on the camera. I really like the way the table looks. I think it highlights the cards well. It's easy to read the chips. It's not, I haven't seen anybody throwing out, too many black chips. So I think the whole area looks wonderful.
Yeah, I love the new table and particularly the location. I like the fact that they kind of have it on an elevated stage and you have the little border around it so folks can't just walk right up to the live stream table, but they can come over and watch the action.
We had some people on the rail last night. So
yeah,
it's
absolutely.
And kind of that, I think that's the idea of the little lounge area behind. Now, we can't compete with Walmart with their private room, but I'll tell you honestly, I told Victor that I really liked the fact that it wasn't part of the private room. I like the idea of the live stream being in the room with the players. Hollywood does it well, even though they have glass doors, or Hustlers, excuse me. I like that. I like, you're just a poker player after all. You're not a sacred cow. So.
Well, and I like the fact it's kind of inspirational because I remember at the old location, the 2-5 game ran at table 9, which was right near the entrance, and you'd see the big stacks of, black chips and pink chips and chips that you had never had when you're starting out, and so you could aspire to play there. And I remember the first time I played at table 9, it was kind of a sense of pride to be at that table.
Yeah,
I think it's the same way with this stream. People can, play 1-2. Build up their bankroll and play the stream someday on the stage.
Yep, I agree. I totally agree with you. I remember the reaction to me playing in the live stream at the old TCH the first time. People were like, "Oh, playing in the live stream," and I'm like, "Yeah, you're saying oh, and I'm saying oh." Hey, what's up? Carlo chat's here. All right, now the chat is firing up. We just threw a hand grenade into the campfire. Come on, Carlo.
TM taking down a small pot with the middle pair.
Yeah, there are not cup holders on the table. You're right. The sensors underneath that sense the cards, that would be kind of hard on them.
Yeah, too much technology in that table for drinks to be on the rail.
Okay, so I'm going to make a comment here. Bertram, don't get mad at me when you watch this. Oh, he got the Red Bull. Is that Till? If you got to put salt and a lime on your beer, you picked the wrong beer. Till. Oh, my goodness.
Look at that face as he squeezed the lime.
Yeah, that's joy. That's intense joy.
I got down to I lost 30 pounds.
702's at the bar.
Bunch of players folding out here, folds around to the button. Lucas is going to raise up 9-deuce suited. He is our VPIP champion thus far. TM makes the call with a suited queen, and suited ace-4, it appears, gets out of the way. So we got 9-deuce and queen-3, 2 a flop, both suited. And a couple of diamonds here for Lucas. He has the diamond flush draw, top and bottom pair for TM, so a little something for everybody.
Yep. Lucas has shown by far the biggest range of hands of the group. But TM is showing a little imagination here, playing queen
TM's
3.
going to check raise his 2 pair. Flush draw board.
Hard to put somebody on
play.
2 pair here.
Lucas going nowhere with this flush draw. Does have a backdoor straight potential. And nails the flush on the turn, the jack of diamonds. So Lucas, in the driver's seat, needs to avoid a queen or a 3 to make a boat for TM. Lucas finally rewarded for playing a multitude of hands, and TM checks to Lucas, and he'll make the call.
Snap call.
Has to hate that diamond on the turn. Nearly 900 in the pot. Oh, and TM nails the boat on the river. The bad luck continues for Lucas.
Look at Lucas giving him the eye. Now, I will tell you, Lucas, you could sit and stare at Sphinx for about an hour and a half. He ain't going to change his expression.
See how big TM goes. TM probably knows Lucas has a flush.
500. 900? Oh, he's going to make this look bluffy. Oh, TM.
I don't know how Lucas can get away from this.
I don't either. I mean, this is difficult. I mean, he could be repping like an ace-4 of diamonds. There's a possibility here would have bet when he did.
Yeah, with the 9-high flush, your flush may not even be best, but
No.
pocket 5s pretty much going to eliminate queens and jacks because of the pre-flop action, but
he cannot put him on queen 3. I think he folds to what he thinks is an ace-4 of diamonds, or, you know, if he does make the fold, that's the hand I'd be suspicious of, just because you had the gutter ball and you had the 2 diamonds. And
gross spot for Lucas here.
the way he played the turn was bloody brilliant, though, because this is really under Lucas's skin at this point. I love the bet sizing. You like the bet sizing?
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to hear Lottie's take on this bet sizing.
Yeah, I think it's a great bet size. It
Take
looks,
me to the river.
you get max value if you get called. It looks potentially a little bluffy. If Lucas gets away from this, this would be the fold of the night.
Yeah, I agree. Potential $2,600 plus pot.
I mean, what could TM have? I mean,
And again, he could stare at him for an hour and a half, and you're going to get nothing out of that face.
yeah, I imagine Lucas working through what can he actually beat other than a stone cold bluff, because he's losing to most, really any flush that TM does this with. He's losing to all the boats, obviously.
Yeah. But the boats are, just like you pointed out, very narrow. Queen 3 is the one that you're not thinking about at all. You're thinking about 5s, and you're thinking about even quad 3s, more than you're thinking about queens or jacks.
Lets it go. Great fold by
very
Lucas.
good fold. I thought he was going to fold.
Lucas will be very happy when he watches this back.
He will. TM will be very happy, but he won't even smile. Yeah, that's TM's game right there in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Play a certain way. Never show anybody your cards regardless. Again, that argument for not showing your cards.
I would love to know if TM and Lucas have played together before, because
yeah, that's a good question.
Because the thing about that would be in my mind, having watched and played with TM, is he does have bluffs there as well.
He does. He does.
Unfortunately, all of our families have to travel, and
Beeper would have liked a $600 bet. He may have gotten called.
And I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. But I make jokes at the table all the time. Well, nothing scares me worse than a value bet.
Yeah.
I made a call the other day where, I told the guy, I said, with the board, this just screams two Broadway cards that missed. His bet was too big. If that bet had been half that size, I would have folded.
Yeah.
He made a $900 bet, a pot-sized bet, and I was like, I'm sorry. This just screams big whiff.
Yeah,
And it was a very similar type board.
There's another tell as well, especially
lower
if
cards.
somebody bets big like that and they do it really quickly when the action's on them. Like they're trying to demonstrate strength by not thinking about it at all,
Yeah.
especially if they put it out kind of aggressively.
Yeah.
It's another common tell with somebody that's praying for you to fold.
Yeah. He didn't do that. He was good. What scared me the most is when I called him the third player in the hand tanked. And I thought, oh, crap.
Yeah.
She did fold because it's just like he's facing two players that look real strong. But
So this bomb pot's going to check around to the turn.
looks like we've got the 10's pretty well covered for
Nut
Broadway
club
choices.
draw for poker amateur.
Looks like got a mystery card in Cowboy Tony, so we're not going to get percentages again. Queen Jack for the one-legged for Bertram. He can make Broadway with the 10, but all of the 10s are gone.
Doesn't appear anybody has hearts.
No, and I'd see clubs. The poker amateur has nut clubs on the top. Don't see 3-4 anywhere, unless Cowboy Tony is the one that has it.
So bet
Tillman's
for
got
Cowboy
top
Tony.
2 on the bottom.
Bertram, Tillman, poker
No
amateur
sets
all
anywhere.
call.
Kevin, you're already setting yourself up for an easy bet.
I like all my six packs last year.
I see what you're doing now. It didn't cover us,
Barber's
so yeah,
thinking,
we
but
dropped immediately.
probably he's thinking his draws are too weak. He could hit
Where we at?
Yeah,
8 on the top. He's got the 8 on the bottom already. He's got too little, too late. Just not enough.
Yeah, I'm getting out of here if I'm Barber.
Yeah, he made him think that he had a better hand.
Four ways to a river, or a couple of rivers.
That would be pretty strong.
Not too big a pot yet to this point.
Tillman hoping his top 2 on the bottom board improve. Also has a gutter, or excuse me, an open ender on the top. Flush draw completes on the bottom. That's going to scare everyone.
Yeah, 6-9 if Cowboy Tony does have it is the nuts now. But there's 2 6s on the top board, so that's unlikely. And the hearts are there, so, and nobody has hearts. Interesting.
Checks around. It's a showdown here. We have a mystery hand, so we're not quite sure yet who
Yeah,
has
but it's unlikely that that's
each half of this pot.
I think Ace King is good on the bottom. Ace King 7.
Cowboy Tony actually with the 3 of spades.
A big bet would take this. Oh, they're showing already, so it's over.
Yeah, so it looks like Tony and Tillman are going to split this one
Yeah.
up. A couple $100 profit. Nothing wrong with that for each player.
Yeah, I've been working on my value bluffs too. You know the problem, Beeper, is that with most, well, I won't say most, a good portion of your recreational players way in here, Memo, they don't get it. That they're much more moved by, oh, I'm scared of that amount than they are. They make their decisions mostly on, can I afford this or not?
Yeah, I think that, and I know we're saying the same thing, but if you're going to value bluff, you need to be sure that you're doing it against a thinking player.
Yeah.
So if you're not sure, or if it's a non-thinking player, and something you should be trying to figure out as you play and pay attention, even when you're not in a hand. Don't really want to do it against a non-thinking player. They're probably just going to call you.
And the reason I bring that up is because that happened to me in the Turbo on Sunday. The player that I played with him before, I'm not a good player. I'll just be straight. You know me. And he had trip 10s, and I repped the 10s, and a flush came out at the end. He led the whole way, and I just called it, and the flush got there, and at this point he had 10-4. So he was playing the 10 and the board. And when I rolled out a value bluff at the end, which is what it would have the diamonds would have done, he almost pulled a muscle getting his chips out there.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say, dude, you do realize you get beat by any 10 above a 6.
Yeah.
And a flush.
And any flush. Yeah.
And he was so proud of himself. But I thought, that's okay. That's okay. Take a breath. So it was almost like I made the play that would have worked with a good player that is thinking about all the factors that we think about all the time, but not this guy.
Right.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
And I kicked myself for the next 15 minutes.
And you hit on something good there too, as well as it's a little extra sting when they're proud of themselves, even though most folks should have folded.
And you know what I always want to say? That really smarmy, good call.
Oh, yeah.
The really good call. Yeah. Nice job. Not the, good catch. I never say that. But,
yeah, good catch.
And I was like, I said, good, nice hand. Tap the table. Like,
if somebody tells me good catch, I just look them straight in their eyes and go, oh, thank you.
Yeah.
and pretend like I didn't know it was a
so
dig.
that's one of my questions. For the chatters, I want to hear it. So the one thing that people say, like, good catch, it's irritating me when or they say, why did you call? Not how did you call, but why did you call? And I always say, because it's my money. I can't always give them the deadpan. But what is the thing that people do at the table that irritates you? What is it that they say? What is it that they do that just, it's like sticking in, there's needles. And then there's a needle right in your eye. What is that thing that they do that just irritates the snot out of you? Makes you order a bourbon or whatever.
I've never said it on stream, but I guess I hadn't thought about it. But good catch is up there for me. Seat 1 is all about his liquids.
Yeah,
water,
wine. Yeah, I saw that. I was thinking the same thing. Is he really drinking red wine and Red Bull?
Yeah, he really is hitting the trifecta there.
Yeah.
Got an upper, a downer, and some hydration.
I hope that was a screw cap bottle.
Cowboy Tony with the ladies.
There's a big hand. Haven't seen a lot of big pairs
under the
tonight.
gun, so raise incoming. It looks like he makes it about 300, it appeared. 500. Pretty big raise here from Cowboy Tony.
Jedi. You nailed one of my favorites. I always say, don't apologize. Please.
Unfortunately, I haven't hit a good draw in a while, so I haven't had a chance to say I'm sorry. But I will refrain from that for Jedi's benefit.
I only do that with
Jedi
people that I
says,
really,
give
really
me my
like.
money back. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever that sorry.
No. Oh, are you sorry enough to rebate me? That's a good one.
And Bertram is going to go with it. His ace-10 off. TM.
475.
Appears he has already folded.
Heads up.
Graphics catching up here.
Bertram.
Any cards in front of him,
Yep.
and he has folded. So we've got an all-in here between Cowboy Tony. Bertram does have 30 and ace in the window for Bertram.
Yeah, the end.
Oh, and the queen on the river for Cowboy Tony.
Oh my goodness.
The old suck resuck.
The river goblin. You're good at that. Spiking that.
Oh,
Brutal beat for Bertram after
bad
flopping top
beat of
pair.
the night. Oy, oy, oy. Not a
Bertram just-
huge pot, but for Bertram, his
Yeah,
his
would have got him
second bullet.
going with a good stack. And
You know,
I didn't see all of Cowboy Tony's tournament. I saw the final table, but I assume he had to run pretty good to make the final table, and it appears it
maybe that's
continues
why
here.
he's here. He's like, hey, kind of ran too hot not to keep playing. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You know, actually, I don't know if you. I know this is mathematically not correct, but have you ever been annoyed if you run really good in a low buy-in tournament and you think, man, if I'd have run like that at 2.5, I'd have made thousands of dollars?
Yeah, I went through a period. You know, we had those smaller tournaments that I love to play, just because you're done by 11 o'clock, and I got to work in the morning at the old TCH. And I went on a run where I won 2 in a row, skipped one, won a third, and won 7 over the course of 5 weeks.
I believe I remember that. Right?
Yeah, I mean, people were making jokes about your picture again on Instagram. Really, dude? You know, smile different, do something different. And but it was just a really great run. Now I think about that and think, yeah, but each one was about $1,400 or whatever. Yeah, that's a little.
Thought has crossed your mind?
Yeah, but 2 or 3 of them, I was running so good I didn't even have to think. My deepest thoughts were about how much can I bet here. That I wasn't having any. I wasn't.
You were in constant extraction
I didn't
mode?
even walk near the kitchen, much less be in the blender on anything. Yeah.
I've heard that. I like that term.
Being in the blender?
Well, no, being
Not
not even near the kitchen, much less the blender.
That was on the fly.
That was solid.
Yeah, it was totally on the fly. All right, so I've asked the question, what is the most irritating thing that people do? So I've got like a top 7 or 8 that I kind of did a survey about. What do you think is the number one? We'll do it in reverse order. But what do you think is the number one thing that people least like at the table, or a poker thing that happens, something somebody says or does?
Well, Beeper has a really good one. It's not specifically poker related, but I couldn't agree more. If somebody is not smelling fresh at the table, that is definitely an issue.
I'm going to tell you that is top 5.
Yeah, it's got to be top 5. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does.
So I have actually 8. So I'm going to give everybody a couple of minutes if you'd like to. If you're not chatting with us, please jump on. But I'm gonna give you a little time to think about it as my partner takes a break. He's going to lead me doing the play-by-play, which is, like letting Stevie Wonder drive your car. Rude to the dealer, also on the list. Very good, Michael. Rude to the dealer. One of the things that will actually get me in my, I'm thinking I'm 40 years younger than I am. I'm ready to fight. Especially if it's a dealer I really care about, and I love all of our dealers. I'm getting to know the new one. As we get to hand 46, we are almost 2 hours into our live stream. Appreciate you joining us, all of you that are in the chat. Our question of the moment, what is the most irritating thing or habit or trait or whatever at the table? I'll put it this way. You see it, you smell it, you hear it, and you want to move tables. Angle shooting, not in the top 10. I agree, though. I actually had called the floor, which I never do on a guy that Jason he twice shoved out of order, which I thought was a total angle shoot. And, of course, the action pulls back. The people check, and then he shoves anyway. I think that is a very subtle. Not tipping the dealer, totally agree. Not on the top 10 or top 8. I'm going to actually I actually have 11, but I put one of mine in there. So, like Euro's contribution. So, everything you said, yeah. Maybe I'm just too irritable. As we get ace-king versus ace-10, Luca's ace-king in +1 position against the cutoff in ace-10. James is looking to see his stack right now because He's thinking about making a move. 415 in the pot so far
Barrels, live
pre-flop.
Thank you.
See if he gives up ace 10. Just James, a very cerebral player, does fold it.
I must have nice.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna chew on my
What a hand.
So, okay, I'm going to, of the top 10, I'm going to give you one and you tell me where you think it ranks. Where do you think celebrating too much ranks? Somebody gets up, yeah, you bet, let's go. I hate the let's go anyway. You know, seriously, you can't think of something original. You say that when you make a touchdown, a home run, or the girl says yes, whatever. Let's go. What does that even mean? Let's go where? I hate it. Passing wind. Well, that falls into the one that we brought up earlier. Nice one. Yeah, I think that goes without saying, but that's pretty much anywhere on the planet from church all the way to the poker house. But what do you think? Where do you think celebrating too much falls into our top 10? How much do you think that irritates people? Another AK versus King Queen this time. KY with the suited King Queen, which I just love. We know that the King is already out. Now there's another King out, so all the Kings are accounted for. It's basically Ace versus Queen. And Barber gets through a very small pot with some real nice cards out there. Oh my gosh. You guys are killing me. Oh my gosh. And 48. We're at TCH. Coming up on our another couple of minutes. That'll be our third hour of play.
Yeah, you can leave before.
Got a nice lineup tonight.
Or just not get shot.
Before the thinking.
So you just gotta lose your hit.
Lose that.
No, you don't have to lose it either. I'm good to go, although I don't want to.
Looking at their phones to see what the other players have. What do you mean by that, Beaver? How are they looking at the phones to see what the other people have? Drinks are very reasonable, Lawrence. Very, very reasonable. Can't honestly say how much I paid because I haven't drank here. All right, ace-8 is the top hand going into this. A couple of diamonds roll out. We don't have a diamond draw other than backdoors for the 8. Everybody missed. Ace-8 still way out ahead. 2 does nothing. Looks like a small pot brewing. Cowboy Tony is going to head. TM actually takes a shot at it, probably repping a 7. Certainly nobody believes a 2. He gets a fold for a nice little pot. That's one thing TM does very well is drag those small pots. Yeah, Diet Coke is free, which makes me very happy. All right, so number 5 was what celebrating too much ranked on our top 10 things that people do at the table that generally irritates people. That was number 5. So I take it back. That was number 6. Yeah, it's right in the middle of my order because I have 11. So there are 5 things that are worse than celebrating too much. I was a little surprised that one ranked too high because it doesn't happen a lot. Give you another few minutes to weigh in. Give me your absolute hated things, and I think you'll agree with all of them. So don't be that person at the table that does these things. Certainly not passing the, as my dad used to say, crop dust in the room.
It's true, like as it gets bigger, you feel more like a number.
Tillman with the Jack-4 suited. Cowboy Tony's got the Queen-9. 6 Bertram comes along with the 6-5. Ace-3 is probably going to fold. Well, it all ends up at the blind level. And actually, Jack 6 is ahead. No one has 2 hearts, so this is going to be kind of another small pot that people feel around out. Aggression will take it down probably for Bertram, who bets his 6-5. We'll see if Jack 6 calls. Again, Kevin's playing a little out of his range on limp pots. Yeah, tanking, I could see that. But, you know, it's actually not in our top 10.
I barely know who that is. Barely.
I don't think.
Huckleberry
It's kind of in a category, but it's a number of different things in that category. Indecisiveness is what they described it as. And that includes tanking. I hate crypto talk too. Oh my gosh, beeper. If I hear one more dealer or player tell me about crypto, and I always say the same thing, Beep. I always say, you know, if you're talking about it, I can guarantee you that curve is already passed. We're on the backside of that curve.
That's so true.
If it has hit your level of expertise, then you're in the group that gets taken at the end of the run. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so one guy got really offended when I said that. I said, look, dude.
Yeah, people get emotional about crypto for some reason.
Which is like that interests me less than anything. I think South Sudanese politics I would put higher on my list about. I mean, it's like I don't care.
I read it for the first time 2 years
It's like the hula hoop made by.
Can't help you with this one.
Whammo.
Oh, Whammo makes the hula hoop
also?
also?
Made the original. I did not know that. Not just the frisbee. And the slinky. It's kind of like the hula hoop. It's just a bad fad that stayed around. So
I haven't seen a hula hoop in a while. Top pair here for Just James.
I've read it. I don't know that.
3-4 sticks flop. Middle pair for Poker Amateur. Backdoor spades. Rainbow flop though. He will bet it.
yeah, thank you 702. Good info. You're a good marketing person for the club. Yeah, these have been the last 4 or 5 hands. When you left the room, all the energy went to the middle of the pack.
Yeah, I call him.
Another 3 on the turn. Really doesn't change much. All 4 suits on the board. No flush draws.
Play an old school instrument. That's what I like about it.
Yeah, well, what can I tell you, Mike? I try to throw a little culture into the poker room. Very little. Yep. Bad beat stories is there. Bad beat stories. And they just.
I don't mind a bad beat story if it's really short. If I tell
okay,
one,
which
I
I was just
it,
about to say, they never are.
Yeah, if I tell a bad beat story, I try to make it less than 20 seconds. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. Well, I always at the end of the bad beat story say, oh, by the way, what color shirt was he wearing? You know, because I got everything else. Yeah. You know, how many kids he had, and you know what direction the wind was coming. Yeah.
Just James is going to bluff the river with the best hand and win.
Yeah. My worst thing when playing is a player taking too long to make a decision. Yeah, indecisive.
Depends on the size of the pot. I'll give people a lot of forgiveness if it's for all their chips or it's a particularly large bet they're considering. But if somebody tanks over, $50, I'm possibly a little annoyed.
As we hit the 2-hour mark, we are doing hand number 51 after this hand. We'll take a moment to tell you about what's coming up tournament-wise. The Texas Card House Austin, also known as TCH Social now.
Surprised Barber just folded pocket fours. He was in early position, but I would definitely make a call to set mine there.
I always say about Barber, he's very tight right up till he isn't.
That's true. He does have some bluffs. We've seen him.
Yeah, and calling me off with ace-6, which still left a mark.
Poker amateur with an ace here. 7 kicker.
He makes a big bet.
It looks like he's going to raise it up. He sees a lot of weakness. Makes it 250.
250 into a $100 pot.
Cowboy Tony has 10 jack off. He does have position, but he's going to let it go.
Yeah, pot's not worth it.
Yeah, I would have let it go.
I think
well.
a poker amateur there just wanted to win a hand to get the taste back in his mouth.
Hey, makes a little over $100. Nothing wrong with that. With ace 7. And we're going to let you know about our Trailblazer Tour. Click the button twice. It is a tour associated with Poker Atlas. $2 million in guarantees. Use the QR code on your screen. We'll leave it there for a moment. It'll take you to a website with some more details. Additional details will be added to that site as we near the October 16th start.
First stop here.
Through the 28th, $2 million tournament guarantees here at TCH Austin.
October 16th through 18th here. Mark it down. There are no holidays. There's nothing going on then in your life or mine.
Yeah, they were like, we can take a deposit now.
Yeah, help us get 150 likes. That would be great.
I'm going to call around a few other places.
Difficult with 128 people on there, but you know, I trust that at least a couple of you have split personalities. That beat story that somebody eventually says to keeper. Oh, I'm sorry, there was a queen on the turn. Yeah, no, the queen. That's right, the queen was in the window, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Your buzzer just went off. All right, 5 more minutes. I'm going to get everybody to give me their most irritating poker habit, saying, smelling, hearing thing. And then I'm going to read off this list.
On to, I believe, our 5th double board PLO bomb pot here. We'll get the hands loaded momentarily. Like,
yeah, not even a
with some
pair
good
in
equity.
the whole group.
Checks around.
Didn't see a 10. I did see queens. Yeah, there's a 10 for KY. KY has, Kevin has, but he's also losing to any queen jack. So the queens do not have jacks. Boy, that is a board that just
That is
so
quads for Kevin.
Quads on the end, which of course he can be aggressive with and scoop this pot. There are no other than sixes. 6-3 we got a boat on. Yep, 6-3 for Bertram. And naked 6 for KY as well. He's got to feel great. I got quads and I got trips on a board that has no flushes and no straights.
Unfortunately for him, not a very big pot on the river.
Yeah, he's not going to win much out of it. He's going to get a call and only get half. He's going to bet the max.
Yeah, looks like he and Bertram will be splitting up $170. Got some more pet peeves as an inevitable chop is occurring.
Yeah.
Brand new table guy doubles up and leaves. I have seen that.
Oh, the hit and run makes me want to fight.
Someone acts out of turn on purpose. It's very hard to tell if it was purposeful. I know it can be a bit of an angle.
Yeah, it's kind of like the one I was
exactly
talking
sure
about,
how
where
I would
somebody
use that
shoves
if I
out of.
tried.
Well, I was talking earlier about somebody shoving out of turn as an angle to get people to not better. Now he has to stick with it if the action doesn't change. Obviously, it usually doesn't. But yeah, I agree. Angling. Yeah, my personality is split equally between sarcasm and indifference too. It reminds me of the story of the coach Frank Layden of the Utah Jazz, who went to the player and he said, "Son, I don't understand what the problem is. Is it apathy or ignorance?" And he says, "Coach, I don't know and I don't care."
Well, that answered his question.
Okay, so we're going to go on hand number 53 through the top 10 in reverse order. I mixed in number 11 is mine. Justifying bad calls. Oh, well, I had diamonds. Yeah, they were diamonds that suck.
Or they call a big bet on the turn with a gut shot and hit it.
Yes.
Yeah.
How did you call with that? I dreamt about this hand last night. Bad Beat Stories was number 10. Mine actually that I threw in there and asked about talking forever when you can just to count out a call or taking forever. You sit there and you take 3 minutes to count out $65 when you can just say call and then count it out.
Right.
Never. Ugh. Cursing the dealer or the chair or the card color or whatever is in the room that you don't like. Blaming it basically on everything. And if you blame the dealer, you're an idiot.
I'll throw one in there with the dealers is aggressively mucking or folding
Yes.
and hitting the dealer or
Yes.
coming close.
Yeah, that gets
Big
me
pet
going
peeve.
too. Yeah, I had a friend that everybody knows here that's not a friend to anybody that I got kicked out twice for doing that. No, believe it or not, very low on the list. Number 8 was drunk players.
It's pretty rare, actually.
It is. I think that's a testimony. Celebrating too much, as I said, was in there. Poor hygiene came in at number 5. So I think that crop dust in the room goes in there. Inattentiveness, which is the phone thing.
Oh, constantly having to be told it's
That
their
was
action.
number 4. Slow rolling is number 3. Not net rolling, but slow rolling. Indecisiveness, which covers all the tanking, all the can't decide to raise, fold, fly. Okay, I'll leave the last step out. The number 1, which I was really surprised, and of all of these, I could honestly say that I don't do it, except for this. Excessive talking was number 1. And I was like, oh crap, snapperoonie. If I could be accused of anything at the table, it's being the Daniel Negreanu type. It just, verbal diarrhea. That was number 1.
Especially if the person is talking and not getting a lot of feedback from the other players because they wish they would just be quiet and they're socially unaware that they're being somewhat irritating.
Well, the former Mrs. Gardner used to tell me all the time that supposedly men have 15 to 20,000 words a day and women have 25 to 30, and that I was over the 30.
You're on the high
I
end.
don't have a lack of words. But that was the order of things. So real quickly, justifying bad calls, bad beat stories, taking forever to count out just a call, cursing the dealer or anything else in the room, drunk, celebrating too much, poor hygiene, inattentiveness, slow rolling, indecisiveness, excessive talking.
Pretty good list. Pretty much covered it. And
as we
perfectly
chop
fine
a
to
pot.
talk through this hand with an ace king, and they'll chop it up and win 27 and $28.
I picked the best hand to just absolutely ignore. Virgin Island. You saying I got the top 3 like I is the top 3? You're a slow rolling, indecisive talker? Is that what you're saying? Well,
It may have been just their guess.
yeah, I think
Hopefully you don't do all 3 of those.
Yeah. I do all 3 of those only when I'm drunk. All right, I'll be honest though. I do. Drugs will drive me away from the table faster. All right. Well, thank you, for everybody that weighed in on that list. What do you think were our top 11? The 10 plus 1?
I think if you never encountered any of the top 11, that would pretty much cover it.
Yeah. I agree. I don't really mind celebration very much.
Yeah, as long as it's not right in your face. I mean, it's fine,
Yeah.
I try not to, I don't celebrate big pots. There's always somebody that's on the losing end of that, and try not to rub it in. So we got a mystery hand for Lucas. He's going to raise.
Oh, he's saying I posted the top 3 guesses that you just. Okay. That's a relief to hear, Virgin Island, Mike. That you weren't the 3 things, you were posting the top 3. Got it.
And a 4-bet from Lucas with the mystery hand, KY, aka Kevin.
You're in the tank
King Jack
with Lucas.
suited. He is in position. Gets out of there. I would also be folding a King Jack in that scenario. Love to know what Lucas had.
Yeah.
Has been shown to make a move, so I would have a tough time guessing what that. That could have been 9-10 suited, or it could have been aces.
Yep. Could have been 6-4 suited.
Could have been 6-4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Jedi. You could always put on headphones. I will say that
Yeah.
might make my top 10 too. Is people that wear headphones and that don't know what the bet was.
Oh, right. Yeah.
How much was it? I don't know. He's got 2 green and 1 red chip out there. What are you guessing? All right, hand number 56, the Thomas Henderson hand.
Actually, you hit on another one that hasn't been mentioned is when somebody makes an obvious size bet, like they grab 4 green chips and throw it where it's easily seen, and then somebody says, "What's the bet?" Well, you can see it right there. It's $100. So the dealer has to be.
I have said, I made the Stevie Wonder joke. I have said at the table, dealer, would you mind telling Stevie Wonder what the bet is? I have said that at the table. So, and then you get the long explanation about why they couldn't see it. The glare. I got poked in the eye when I was a kid, like David Bowie or whatever.
Kind of interesting hand materializing. So TM actually he was in the straddle actually, so he did not limp call. He just calls Tillman's raise. He's going to smash the flop. Top pair for TM. A couple of 10s as well. Nobody with the 10.
Yeah, it's not going to take much to take this one down if TM bets. I don't think anybody will oppose him.
It's like TM's going to disguise the strength of his hand, see if somebody can.
No, the diamonds are a draw now for KY.
Yeah, KY with the draw.
Yeah, check it out.
See if Tillman decides to take advantage of his early position.
Yeah, he has been shown weakness. Does go ahead and check. In this case, very wisely.
Yeah, it's not going to take much to convince TM to weigh in.
TM going to charge any flush draws. $150. I don't imagine Kevin's going to go anywhere here. Makes the call. Tillman getting out of there.
I guess because Ray's dead, Beeper.
KY looking for a diamond only. Does not get it.
Yep.
4 of spades. So pretty safe card there for TM. Probably going to go for a little more value and not going to get paid. Kevin gets out of there quickly.
Yep. Pretty good little rake in by TM. TM's been just what he always is. Really, really consistent level player.
Oh, yeah. Rock solid.
I kind of get it, though, Lawrence. There's so many people that play PLO that don't do that. I'll be honest with you. I know exactly, if I think about it, what the pot is. If I am thinking about it, I don't think about it. I don't want to think about it. I want to think about, they always talk about variant. Where is the variance going to bite me with my hand? And all the things that I think about PLO, which has nothing to do about pot size. After somebody makes a bet, then I'll think about value. But I honestly don't think about the pot. I do get tired of the people that just constantly just use. They have 2 bets: call and pot.
Yeah. Yeah. Pot is not always the right move.
No. They often cap their value they're going to make on a hand because they don't know the value of the hand.
Well, especially if you only have one board locked up, like say you have quads on one board and nothing on the other, and 4 people in the pot, you don't want to pot it. You want as much money of the 3 other players that you're not going to split the pot with in the pot.
Yeah.
So if you pot it and you scare them away, you're just splitting less money with one other player.
Yeah. Unless you're a dealer that deals a lot of PLO, and like always, Matt, our dealer, one of my favorite dealers here, it runs in the back of his head. It's not even in the front of his brain. So unless you can do it like that, it's just you always know. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Everyone bricking this flop. Poker amateur still good and improves to
Clubs
top pair,
get
top
there.
kicker on the turn. Does bring in a club flush draw. Poker amateur.
He's got about all the equity that you can get in a hand at this point. with this top pair. He's got the club draw. He's got the queen. Nobody has any straight draws. Although that may put a kibosh on his action if he's worried about Jack King. And Lucas bets as if he had Jack King. I tell you what, Lucas does know when to step into a hand to hit that spot that the person that's leading would be afraid of.
Oh, excuse us. KY nailed the straight.
Oh, he did.
Totally missed it.
Oh.
He had 3% equity and gets there.
I had to tell you the truth, because of his equity right before that, I had
I
his
just
hand.
written it off. I thought it was Poker Amateur's hand, but it is Kevin's hand. And looks like, I can't imagine he's not going to get paid off by KY here, depending on bet size. And he goes pretty large.
Yeah.
Actually, overpop.
Yeah, KY made the bet, so now he's turned the tables on the hand. But then now they're all wondering if he slow played a strong clubs. I like this bet size.
What do you think about like a mural up there, like green?
Pot size bet. A little more.
Poker Amateur does block the nut flush.
Let's get an acrylic splatter paint.
Can't love this spot. One pair, lots of straights, flushes, all beating him. It's out of there. Nice fold. Kevin's going to show it. Unusual for Kevin.
Yeah. It is very unusual. Kevin shows hands about as often as I dance to disco.
Rick's in a pretty nice profit there. 240 going to his stat.
PLO flip. I got shit the whole time. I gave it $100 PLO flip. I just threw it. No, I mean, pushed it. Oh my god. It's so fun. Okay. Let's do 9 PLO flips. You have a real hand? Yeah. He's playing with the ace. Only that's how it works. Extra. Fucking bluffing. I know. That's why I thought about it. I know he doesn't have shit. I don't have shit a lot of the time there. Just have a blocker.
Poker Amateur here with another ace queen. Back to back. Just James with a nice suited connector. 5 of hearts.
8 fold, 9 fold.
Beeper, we were a little late in being notified, so in fact there was a a nit game going on, and Tillman was the taxpayer paying each player.
Yeah, but if it started on 46, yeah, that's right, 10 hands.
Yeah, pretty quick nit game actually.
Yeah. Oh, we totally missed the nit game. Did y'all notice? I never saw the nit buttons and everything.
Yeah, well, seems got an hour and a half left. We'll probably get another one.
Well, it's not Mel's fault. She told us, we ignored her.
Yeah, we missed the notification. Can't blame the producer. Gutter for Poker Amateur. Also makes the bet and wins with ace high. Beeper points out, yeah, that was the last hand in the game Kevin had to show. So
it
all makes sense now.
Oh, suddenly the light comes on.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Lucas with more than double the next closest PFR, playing a pretty aggressive style here. Really has not run great, but definitely a fun player to watch. Got a bunch of folds, and Tillman's going to call with ace-3 off from the cutoff. TM gonna elect the call with his Jack-9 offsuit. Just James has the option in the straddle with King-10. To a flop. Ace-high flop. I believe that's Tillman in the driver's seat with his ace. No kicker. Gets bet into by TM. TM does have a gut shot. Deuce of clubs on the turn is a total blank. And checks, check, and queen on the river. Tillman is good here with his pair of aces.
Yep.
Check, check, river, and Tillman will take down a small one here. Not a bad result for ace-3 offsuit.
I actually would have lost more.
At the bottom of your screen, you see stack sizes and winnings. Just James leading the way up 1.6K. KY right behind him, 1.3. Lucas, fortunately for him, not running all that well. Same for Bertram. Seems he can't hold when he has a hand, or as we saw, he runs ace-king into ace-king and has to split the pot. He finally has a hand.
I apologize for not answering, Chancellor. We don't know the answer. So, don't know. I will find out if the merchandise off the Streamlabs website will go or not. But I don't know. So I apologize for our ignorance. It's 75% Lemo's ignorance. It's only 25% mine.
So we got some good hands working here. We got ace-king versus ace-queen. Ace-king suited for Just James, the best hand. Tillman with king-queen. And Just James is under the gun, is going to go ahead and raise this one up. Try to thin the field a bit. He's going to make it 160 total. Barber with ace-queen in the +1. Debating if he calls this 125 additional. Gotta imagine he's leaning toward a call here unless he decides to make some kind of move. Knows Just James is capable of 3-betting somewhat light.
But if he was Lottie, he'd fold it.
Yeah, once he kind of makes that body language, I think you
yeah, he did. He kind of had the Lottie body language. I hate ace-queen.
And in this case, a very nice fold, actually. He was dominated by Just James' ace-king suited.
Yep. All right, as we looked at the RFI, you've seen the stats rolling by. Race first in. It is no surprise that Lucas is way out ahead there. Everybody else is fairly in the same range. Bertram and Barber kind of reflecting their games, being a little more deliberate and less aggressive. But, yeah, that has been Lucas's game tonight.
In a moment, we'll tell you about some of our weekly and daily tournaments that we have going on here at TCH
One
Social.
going on tonight.
Every week.
No limit hold'em, $60. Same as we had. There's some of the same games that we had at the old club, which I dearly love. They are much better than sitting home and watching television.
I always like to say, if you are not an experienced poker player, maybe you've never been to TCH Social, those low buy-in tournaments are a great way to get your feet wet.
Yeah.
What you can lose is capped. What you can win is not. Always a good first place prize for that value.
Yep. Great place to practice your game, whatever you're working on, at a low cost.
Jack 9-4, rainbow.
Complete whiff for everybody.
Just
King
a
10.
gutter for KY.
Yeah, that KY can hit the queen. Not much else for anybody else. Now KY has the tens, yeah.
Goes way out in front.
Nobody has the diamonds. As we hit the Nate Newton hand. Diamonds get there. might slow the action down a little bit. Hadn't been a lot of action this low.
See if KY goes for some really thin value here. I imagine he just checks back and takes his showdown, and does.
Yeah, but like, can I do it for?
No one went broke taking a small profit.
Kevin's had a good night tonight. Of course, he had the big call, and it ended up in the 8s over 3s, which was pretty. Was that our hand of the night in Hold'em? Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Wait, bomb pot right now, guys.
Could just be what?
Could just be your neck and have nothing to do with
Bomb pot, and he's up.
Really?
As we go to our
to a bomb pot while
Yeah.
Kristen gets that dealt out. As we mentioned, we're going to talk about the Friday freeze out. $120 buy-in.
This is new.
This is a new tournament, $2,000 guaranteed. Really nice buy-in level. Can win some meaningful money, but not break the bank. 20-minute levels, so you got a little more play than most weekly tournaments. A lot of them with 15-minute levels. 25K starting stack. That's Fridays at 1 p.m. here at TCH Social.
And if you
Austin.
haven't played a freeze out, it really does change things.
Yeah.
Because we all know those 5-bullet people. And they don't like those. So it does change the game. I've noticed that some of the daily tournaments are single re-entries. Same thing would happen.
It's a lot easier to bluff
them
in a
short.
freeze out than it is in other structures, no doubt.
We actually, I believe, have 2 tournaments on Friday evening. I was looking at that and was surprised to see them. I'm going to confirm that right now.
Get the hands loaded here on the bomb pot. See what everybody has. We're not going to have percentages because we have a mystery card from Poker Amateur. Checks around. To the turns we go.
No, I lied. There's not 2 evening tournaments on Friday. There's a day and an evening. That's what I'm getting used to still, is these day tournaments with an evening tournament.
Yeah, I like that Friday afternoon freeze out. You can skip out of work for a half day, come play some poker.
Yeah.
You're done before it's very late for us old folks.
You know, I'd never play during the day unless, you know, we have coast to coast people. Some, you know, you just end up having late calls and things. And even if you do them at your convenience, they still end up being at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So I've always been envious of the day tournaments. That is our schedule for the next week. This will evolve a little bit. I noticed that they didn't announce beyond that, but we're anticipating locking up we have a great tournament director and a couple of new tournament coordinators that did a great job in the last few days. I've told them. Still, it's a work in progress because the scale up is so large, but we hope you enjoy them, whatever. Another pet peeve is a left-handed dealer. You know,
I've ever noticed that.
I am sitting here going, I don't even know if I know
don't
one.
believe I've ever noticed that.
I can't honestly say. Everybody seems to pitch from the right. Interesting.
So we got a pot-sized bet from Poker Amateur, and it looks like Bertram has called and Tillman has also called. We'll see how this gets divided up as we have a mystery card for Poker Amateur. It does have top 2 pair, excuse me, aces and 4s on the bottom board, and it looks like Bertram and Poker Amateur are going to split this one up. And I believe where Bertram threw his cards appeared to be Tillman showing down, but it appears it was just heads up.
Yeah.
So $100 profit for Poker Amateur and Bertram.
Great job, Kristen. It's a long stint in the box when you do 2 hours, 2+ hours for her, 2.5 hours. Sal comes in
the box. Yeah.
Sal, the prestidigitator. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't seen Sal pitch cards and do what he does, these are the quickest hands that you will ever see. And
very easy flick, and he's very accurate as well.
he's got amazing dexterity, but he's
Yeah.
a sleight of hand magician. He can do a lot of tricks for you. So I love to watch him from the overhead view. I was doing it last night when he was doing the 300K final table. He
Yeah,
was really amazing. He's very precise in his placement. He, as you can see, he's a great card washer. Nobody ever tells Sal to rewash the cards.
he dealt to me yesterday, and I was
Oh,
like,
did he?
When he's down, I said, the quickest hands in the West.
Yes.
He said, I don't know about that. I was like,
Well, there are
might
a
need to
lot
give
of.
yourself more credit.
As I say that, the people are looking at his fingers, going, "I can't even see him move." There are 3 or 4 really fast. Eric's can be really fast. Daniel's very fast. Jeremy's very, very fast. KJ can be fast. There's a lot of quite a few fast dealers. But as far as manual dexterity, he is the magician.
While we're talking about dealers, the other thing to call out, that headset, for those of you that don't know, probably a lot of you do, but he is actually, in addition to dealing and keeping track of side pots, and whatever else may come up, has to call out all the action to our producer, Mel. So he's saying, seat 5, that's 100. He's keeping track of who's adding on, how much, to keep all the numbers straight. So adds a lot more complexity to their job when they deal the stream.
Yep.
As Barber wins a small one with second pair. Not much resistance.
Yeah. I've talked to dealers before. First of all, you do 2 hours in the box. Secondly, you don't get tips typically at this game size, or it varies. But sometimes larger, semi-pro to pro players don't quite tip the same. They don't do it according to pot size. So you're getting less hands in because you've got to do so much. And it's typically a slower game. So with less hands, less tips, longer stints, it's not, and you've got twice as many tasks because you're having to
call the action
to the players and to the headset, and the headset's talking to you. So my hat's off to him. Like I said, I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. So
as we mentioned before, calling the action and doing all
that.
that.
Look at that flop. That's just creepy. Sal did that at the speed of light, and those cards are perfectly spread out.
Another 7 on the turn, so we got a couple of 7s and a 9-10. Nobody with much, except for Tillman did turn a flush draw. Also has the gut shot to a jack for a straight. Oh, excuse me, that was TM turning the flush draw. Bricks out. Oh, excuse me, Tillman had turned it straight.
I
totally overlooked that.
I distracted you with the dealer talk. That's my bad.
Tillman's going to take down a small one. Michael shouting out the TCH dealers.
Yeah, best in the business. I used to say at the small room, the previous room, that they were the all-star team. And I've been very pleased with the new dealers that have stepped in. I think they've also, because of the crew that were here, they've had to step up their game a little bit. This is not a casino. This is, in my opinion, a higher quality of dealer by far than a casino, and I've played at a lot of them.
Totally agree.
So they will come up to the bar that these people like Sal have set, Jeremy, Kristen, others. Yeah, best in town by far.
The other thing, a lot of fun personalities amongst the staff and dealers here.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, if you're in Vegas, you can feel like the whole staff just kind of is
putting the motions in.
Yeah, not exactly in the best mood, but certainly not the case here.
Yeah, and they have been in the last week working unbelievable hours.
Yeah.
Doing double shifts is just commonplace because with the reception for this room, we could talk about this now. The reception for the room has been incredible. Thank you to everybody out there. You got a super quality room and you responded to it. We talked about the lines earlier. I was in Orlando. The only week of the year I couldn't be here was last week. And people were sending me videos of the lines, and I was like, what the heck? Now, I was one
Yeah.
of those that was very optimistic. Some were scared, nervous, whatever. As an old player, there was a little bit of nervousness that maybe the room would change too much and we would be out of our comfort zone. None of those things have come true.
Yeah.
The old players are happy. The new players are happy. The dealers are happy. They're all working their tails off for you. So, yeah.
Yeah, one thing I love about the new location and loved about the previous location is just the ambiance is very comfortable. You're gonna have a bunch of bright lights in your face. You got plenty of, especially in the new spot, you got plenty of
Yeah.
ability to watch a game if you want to peek at it while you're playing.
Yeah. Yeah. Victor, the COO, and I talked about that a couple of months ago. And the amount of detail that the management team put into the decision making was not accidental.
Yeah.
I mean, I listened to Victor talk for 15 minutes about these lights that are embedded in the rail and what they do to your eye fatigue and how they analyzed
Oh wow.
the fact that people actually stayed less time and they thought that it probably had to do with the lighting. So when the lighting went in, he was like, "Tom, you're going to come over the room and tell me what you think of the lighting." He was extremely. See the backlighting in the background.
Beautiful.
All that stuff is a way of reducing, while not lowering the light quality, reducing the eye strain.
Yeah.
People stay longer. It's good for business.
Very comfortable.
It's really an amazing sense of detail. And you make a lot of mistakes when you're building these rooms like they have, and you learn a lot. So it's I think the room reflects it. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I've heard an estimate on the amount of money poured into this place.
Oh, I could tell you, but I wouldn't want to tell you.
I don't believe it's for me to share, but they certainly didn't spare any expense.
No,
either.
no, that's exactly the way you'd want to put it. They wanted to have by far the best room in Texas, and I think they absolutely crushed it. And I'm somebody said the other day, well, you're an employee. I'm not.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just. So I'm talking about it as a player. I think they crushed it.
Speaking, and you can listen to Uncle T and I rave about the room as much as you like, but here's a few reviews from folks who have visited our beautiful new club.
Well, besides the really funky beat, which I was digging, David, you're a master. That was great. Yeah, you can see there at the end, you can see that little sidebar area, or not sidebar, but side restaurant area where you can bring the family up and have a meal, watch a game.
You and I utilized the area.
Yeah, we
for
did
the
this
stream.
doing our prep
Good place
before the
to chat.
Yeah.
Just James flopping top pair with ace king here. Way ahead. Lucas, the only person with much. He has a pair of eights. That's about the 7th snowman sighting we've had today. It's been the stream of eights. We'll take it down with a bet.
Well, the action is slowed a little bit. We
Yeah.
haven't had too much action. I'm going to call out. I want Sal, just fling us something crazy. I want to see aces versus kings versus queens.
Yeah, I think,
Is that too much to
the
ask?
players are ready to give action, but we just really haven't had any head-to-head.
No.
It's been predicated
We
by the
haven't had
cards.
big pair against big pair.
Not once,
Not
actually.
once. No, we had, I think, kings up against jacks, I want to say, that Tillman got the king. No. Yeah, we haven't had those big monsters. We had ace king versus ace king, but
Cowboy Tony going to raise up a suited king here.
yeah, this has kind of been the type of hand that we've had.
Amateur going to call from the straddle with queen 9 and flop top pair.
Well, those things can change. They certainly did yesterday after not having elimination for 61 hands.
No diamonds for Cowboy Tony. Front door flush gets there with a 3 of spades on the turn, but nobody with a spade. Poker Amateur is going to bet his top pair and probably just go ahead and take it down here. Not a lot here working for Tony unless he decides. I'd imagine he's calling to make a move on the river. I'm curious at how he'll play this. It is a blank, 4 of hearts.
And he was like, "Oh, they sell Wiener Schnitzel," and I was like, "Yeah, it's hot dog."
This would be some interesting river action with Cowboy Tony floating the turn with basically an air ball. Bet from Poker Amateur. Still with top pair here. Tony with 2 options. He can fold or he can raise. Chooses former. That's a go. Deeper likes Sal's posture.
No, Pat, Sal, even when he plays, has amazing posture. We play a lot together at tournaments when he's not dealing. Yeah.
I could probably get a lesson from Sal on better posture.
You know, and Tillman could too, who's a physical therapist.
Yeah.
His posture is always perfect. Today he's an arse.
Yeah. Just James with ace 5. Looks like he is in the straddle. Not much for anyone else. Lucas can't help himself. He's going to raise. Jack 9 off. Kevin's got a playable 7-5 suited. He'll make the call. So looks like we're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. Queen 8-5, 2 hearts. Just a gutter for Poker Amateur. Also a gutter for Lucas. Kevin flops bottom pair, and Poker Amateur is going to go ahead and bet his gut shot. Or excuse me, Lucas made the bet. And Lucas is going to turn the nuts. 10 of clubs on the turn. There is a flush, backdoor flush draw to consider, but Lucas squarely in the driver's seat here, and I have to say this man deserves it. He is given action and not run great, but it is his turn to take down a pot. Poker Amateur has turned a pair, but drawing to 1 remaining 9, and he will call. Pot brewing here, 7:45 in the middle. And a jack on the river brings in front door flush. But Lucas still ahead here with his straight. He's going to check back. Hated that river card. Just a terrible river for his hand, but fortunately for him, his straight is still good, so he'll take down a nice spot. On to hand 71 as we near the 9 o'clock hour here in the Central Time Zone. We will be with you until 10 o'clock Central. Thanks everybody who's joined us thus far and hopped in the chat. Always happy to interact with you folks. Uncle T and I will be with you for a little more than an hour. Lucas here going to raise up a suited king. See a lot more of that lately. People willing to play the suited kings. Barber makes the call with a better king. King 10 of the offsuit variety. King high flop. Could be some action here. Both players with top pair. Barber with the better of it with his 10 kicker. Ace of hearts on the turn, probably going to slow things down, except for Lucas has turned a backdoor flush draw. So he will be going nowhere with his pair and flush draw. Barber bets out, Lucas makes the call. So we'll go to a river, 300 in the middle. It is the queen of clubs. And we have a chop, so we've got 2 pair with the ace kickers. So
It's pretty good. It's warm now, but it's pretty good. Yeah.
queen on the river bails out Lucas. And they'll chop this one up and win a whole $5. Beeper asks, what's the live stream schedule? We will be with you on Mondays and Wednesdays, with some exceptions for special events. For example, yesterday's final table. You subscribe to the channel and click the notification button. It'll pop up on your YouTube when we have a upcoming event. Definitely recommend that.
You guys hear about like that shit that happened?
Also recommend Kevin raise these queens. He's got them in the cutoff.
Thousands of people have died, and then Kim Jong-un decided to go and like just go and shoot, kill 30 government officials in like the province.
And Poker Amateur picking a bad time to 3-bet with 10-8 offsuit. He is on the button.
I don't mean to get political, but like,
See what Kevin does here if he goes for the 4-bet.
stand up and be like, this is not okay, and like just
Probably
like,
will
more
with
on North
queens.
Korea. I mean, like, isn't there a point where like we have to stand for
There is an option to flat here and disguise the strength of your hand, but
yeah, like, you know, we're gonna rest
queen's vulnerable to, and Kevin does go the flat route, so he is praying for no ace or king on this flop, but he has disguised the strength of his hand quite well here. And 6-10 jack rainbow on the flop, decent flop for queens. Does give middle pair to Poker Amateur. Ace on the turn. Kevin hates to see it, but we know he's still well ahead.
Like, surely America could just crush them like a cockroach, I would assume. Like, I mean,
Is out of position. He's going to check it over to Poker Amateur, and I imagine Poker Amateur is going to represent this ace. He was the pre-flop 3-better. He checks. A little bit surprised to see the check.
how many people are you saving?
And unbelievably, Poker Amateur gets there on the river with 2 pair. Just a nasty river for Kevin.
Like, I would think that it's just got to be worth it.
Poker Amateur, I believe, with card removal from other players' hands, only had about 2 outs there.
Yeah, I mean, America's involved in Africa quite a bit, actually.
He's definitely going to go for some value here.
That's true, yeah. It's like territory that can kind of still be
Makes it
conquered.
about 3/4 pot.
But yeah, like, I'm
Kevin with kind of a tough decision here. Poker Amateur likely would have bet if he had paired his ace on the turn.
And I was like, yeah, we're going to liberate the people of North Korea. I would consider joining the military to liberate
He's
people.
definitely not going to be thinking he has 10-8 and sees the bad news as he makes the call. Totally understand why Kevin made the call there with the check back on the turn, not representing the ace, and then getting there on the river with 2 pair.
I think you're right, yeah. I saw a YouTube video on that, yeah. About, like, Mongolia as a continent. Yeah. They're probably getting cheap oil.
See the went to showdown numbers there. Bertram leading the way. Raise here from TM with King 9, and Poker Amateur doesn't have 10-8 this time. He's got Ace-King suited in the cutoff, so he will pop it up with a 3-bet to 150. Cowboy Tony with Ace-10 off in the big blind wisely gets out of there, facing a raise and a 3-bet. TM also. letting it go. So Poker Amateur going to win a small one here. And as we approach the 9 o'clock hour, going to remind you of our Trailblazer Tour. New tournament series, $2 million in guarantees. The first stop is right here at TCH Social in North Austin, Texas. That will run from October 16th to the 28th. Come join us for some big, exciting tournaments. We'll leave it up for a moment here. Grab your camera on your phone, scan the QR code, and go to our website and get some more details.
I wanted to say MIT, but I don't think it was MIT. Was it MIT?
It's from the.
It was up there, yeah. Yeah. Finance, right? Yeah, 9 checks.
All right,
King high flop.
Hand 74, the Bob Lilly hand.
Tillman with top pair, no kicker. He's squarely in the driver's seat, however, but TM is going to go ahead and bet out.
Beeper, we are still determining the live stream schedule, but this is the Wednesday night should be pretty well locked in. So we'll let you know more to follow. Thanks for asking. Hope you all have had fun tonight. We've had a blast. I missed this so bad.
Yeah, it feels like it's been forever. Also settling right back into it. Feels familiar and a lot of fun. This is good to have some new players on the stream and also the familiar faces.
Yep.
On to hand 75.
Princeton.
Are we guessing TM's nationality?
No, but go ahead.
Raises
to 40.
I gotta guess. Vietnamese?
And then 3 calls.
Is it Vietnamese? Really? Any mix or just Vietnamese? Half Vietnamese and half Malaysian.
Half white.
Half Thai, half Thai.
Open dinner for Cowboy Tony.
Half Chinese.
So far, we got $240 in the pot. Heads up, Lucas.
You know, we could have gone to
Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
Lucas, as always, very consistent. Leads out for 150.
You grew up in Puerto Rico?
Little over half pot bet.
Yeah, if I'm Cowboy Tony, I'm not loving this spot. I try not to chase straights when on a paired board because even if you get there, you might still be a loser, but it does make the call. Getting pretty good odds.
It does get a pair, but so he's got 8s up.
Yeah, Tony, we'll see if he can make this call with just a pair of deuces. Lucas, though, continues to tell the story.
175, no 150. A nice consistent bet. Beware the value bet. That's what it looks like. You know, in spite of the hat, you know, we'll see if
he makes the call. Wow, nice call by Tony.
That was a $450 bet.
Yeah. That
wow. Oh, okay, there's call of the night. I'm saying harmony. All right, real quickly after that call of the night, I do want to tell you about what I'm excited about because I like a Sunday at 5 p.m. tournament. We used to have them. $300 buy-in, black chip bounty, starting this Sunday, 20-minute levels at 30K, slightly larger stack, unlimited re-entries. We had a lot of fun with that when we had it back in, I guess it's been a year now. That's a fun tournament. So come out on Sunday at 5 p.m., go to church, take a nap, watch some football. Come on.
Perfect Sunday.
Of course, Cowboys play at 3:25, so I may be a little late for that. I can't play poker and watch the Cowboys.
You can always watch it on the big screen here.
Yeah.
One of the mini screens.
Yeah, my concentration level drops to 0. Barber's got the ace-4, Cowboy. Tony's got the 8-6, both with diamonds. TM's going to play a 10-8 hand. Under the gun. Not ideal. But he will be the first to act. Not much to get excited about for any of those hands. No diamonds, no 2s, no 9.
No spades. Pretty brickish flop here. Barber ahead with ace high. Cowboy Tony's going to say he has something.
Yeah.
Once it checks to him.
Late position makes the bet, positional bet. See if
TM hasn't folded yet with 10 high. Might think Tony's kind of, he lets it go.
Yeah, hopefully so. Barber's
This is
going to
going to
let it
get
go
through.
too.
Tony
Yep.
feeling himself with the great
And
call.
he
Now
shows
it.
Of course, he doesn't know that they had squad douche, so no pairs, nothing out there. Pairs would have called anyway.
Now Tillman's not for it.
I got shit.
You can make it like $50.
What's up when you play
Looks like a player adding on here.
Yeah. Who is
Quite
that?
sure who it was.
Is that Bert?
It's like Lucas is adding on.
Yeah, it is. Lucas has had a rough night. We haven't seen the stack plus minus recently that I can remember. Maybe I missed it when I was taking a break.
Yeah, the leaderboard wouldn't suggest that he's played as well as I actually would. He's clearly a very skilled player. Things just really haven't gone his way, but
yeah,
fun to watch.
I'll play red or black if you want.
Definitely been the most aggressive. It shows in the stats.
Seems like the type of player that could run up a big stack pretty quickly. There's another player that I guess I won't mention, but he's kind of a similar playing style. You know, it can go south pretty quickly, but it also can go north very quickly.
Yep. Much larger curve profile. It's just James gets one of my favorite hands, and who doesn't like 10-9 because it's easy to get away from, and it's also easy to crush people with. Queen Jack and Queen 7 both call, and the pair of deuces are ahead, and they're still ahead.
Another paired flop. A couple of 4s and an 8. Rainbow.
See, the equity's pretty evenly spread out, although Bertram's technically in the lead. James is going to bet his 10-9. Going to get a call from TM with 2 overs, 2 Broadway cards. Misses it, but Just James does not miss it. Gut shot now for TM, blocked by Just James with the top pair. Complete rainbow board. Not straighty at all either, although there is a gut shot there. And now,
another 8.
9s over 8s.
Just James good here. See if TM gives up or decides to bluff at this. He is going the bluff route.
And this is not a bad bluff, especially at that value size.
If he had top pair on the flop, he just
Yeah,
made
because
trips.
second pair calls a lot, you know? So that looks a little bit like he hit an 8, but I think Just James for this size is going to make the call.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see him getting away. Definitely not for $60.
Yep.
Kind of to our previous conversation about the bet size, that does look value. That's a value bluff for sure. If Just James doesn't have top pair, it probably works.
Yeah, I agree. He's not going to put him on a 4. Maybe he could put him on 6s or 7s or 2 over cards to the board, which would bet.
TM probably targeting like ace high hands, maybe king high hands.
Yeah, ace jack miss, even ace king miss. Although the bet sizing didn't really fit that profile.
V-pips, TM overtaking Lucas.
Yeah,
the most
TM's he's played a lot more hands in the second half. Maybe he senses the table's getting a little lethargic and getting a little fold heavy. Again, I cannot tell you how much I respect TM's game, having played with him and watched him as much as we have. He and Kevin are pretty close.
Very nice guy as well.
Yeah, very
He's
quiet.
given me the time to run a couple hand histories by him, see what he
Oh,
thought.
really? Good input?
Yeah, great input. He's always good to get another
Yeah, strikes me as a game
perspective.
student. Yeah. As we play our bomb pot, hand number 79.
Couple queen high flops. Very connected. Hearts on the top, clubs on the bottom. Poker Amateur has 3 clubs. Only 9 high though. Does have 2
Ace.
pair on the top as well. Barber with aces.
Single suited, and there's not a spade to be found. 10, set of 10s for Cowboy Tony. And, no, he doesn't have hearts.
Middle set. Let's see. Several
Bertram really
players
wants
with
to
a
get a
piece
Jack's
here.
Cafe advertisement out there.
Now 2 heart draws for TM. He's the only person with hearts.
Yep. Can't feel too good about him. But he
Yeah.
does have 2 pair. And a gut shot to a mid straight. He hits a 7. And he does hit the 7, so he's got the straight on the bottom that he can't feel too good about.
Yeah, never get too excited about
9
straights.
6s, no, because you get beat by Jack 9 every time.
So TM and Poker Amateur will chop this pot if
Barber's
nobody
got a
folds.
set of aces came at the end.
Oh wow, he did hit a set of aces.
Right, so he's got the top covered. He stuck around in a small pot. Now he's there. He's got to be a little bit worried about 7-8, but he does have both at the bottom board, which blocks it.
Barber's going to win the lion's share here. A set of aces. Beaver asks, can you DoorDash the food? I believe you can, but I don't see why you do that. We have a
No, I think he's thinking,
fantastic
can you
restaurant.
get the food here, DoorDash to you?
Oh,
Which direction are you talking about? Coming in, going out?
I would imagine you can DoorDash.
Yeah,
I don't know why you couldn't.
I don't either. And, I was about to say, why would you want to? Because I was thinking, well, can you get DoorDash delivered? You can do that anywhere. You just have to wait out front. I don't think they will kick you out for eating.
And actually, that's a really good question
Yeah,
because
that's
the
a great
restaurant here
question.
stays open until 2 a.m. So
Yeah.
if at 1 a.m. you want some real food, not a
Great
nasty
point.
burger somewhere.
You know what, Beeper? I may be thinking
call.
about you at about 12:30 at night when I get my chicken sandwich delivered. Smart man. Of course, I don't live 5 minutes away, so I could just drive up here.
Come in here in your house slippers
Yeah,
and your robe.
Beeper. Beeper, you just keep giving us these good questions. I'll be right back.
Beeper, the chatter of the night, except for the Aggie hate earlier. Straddled to 20. It's been on almost all night. Tillman going to raise up the 9-7 suited, one of my favorite non-premiums. Makes a lot of disguised strong hands. Poker Amateur also with suited middling cards. 6-5 clubs. He will 3-bet it to 180 and get a call from Tillman. So to a flop, not what either player was looking for. Backdoor clubs for Poker Amateur, but not much else working for either player. I believe Poker Amateur is going to bet and take this. Tillman, nothing to fight with there.
What? You had ace queen? He had 2%. Yeah, you had ace queen. I put him 2%. What else did you have that had a 2%? 4%. 2 out. 4%.
Unfortunately, Beeper, no, we are not set up for DoorDash. But you know what, dude? Just this is selfish on my part. I'm going to talk to our chef Justin about it. I think the chef that's on tonight was really surprised by the question, but I'm going to have that checked out. I can think of about 4 dishes that I'd have delivered to my house in a New York minute. Yeah.
Yeah, that between that after 10 o'clock hour here in Austin, especially post COVID, you have pretty limited options for decent food.
Yep.
Which is definitely here till 2 a.m. Got an ace high flop here, and Lucas is going to bet and take it with his king queen. Chipping away at that deficit on a few small medium pots here.
He might be.
They can hear you too.
What?
They can hear you.
Yeah. It's okay. I got mad at him because he wanted to know what happened in the hand and he was like not paying attention at all. He was like on the phone, and then he asked afterwards like what happened. And I was like, man, shouldn't be paying
In the Name of Fate says Cowboy Tony guy is a fish. I would disagree. He's
strongly. I disagree.
Made a final table and is having a pretty good night here. Possibly he's one of your buddies and you're just needling him. We have seen that before. Made a great call earlier, call of the night, with just a pair of deuces on the river.
Low deuce or low pair.
To a pot-sized bet of 450. Not much going on hand 83.
You know what I mean? Not that heads up, like a different heads up.
like smaller.
Like only 2 people.
Excuse me, 82. Now on to 83.
Yeah, only 2 people total.
I saw they were dealing a heads up table earlier. They were 5-10 heads up.
Just James still leading the way.
Oh yeah, there we are. So yeah, up 1.9. Really, nobody's had a great night. Nobody's had a bad night.
Bertram finally with a chance here. He's got the aces under the gun. Or excuse me, in the +1. He's going to make a raise, get a call from Tillman.
Well, when was the last time we saw Pocket Rockets?
TM not going to go anywhere with 9s. Looks like he is in. Nope, just makes the call. Thought he might 3-bet.
An ace and a 9 for Barber. She's going to fold. I mean, he's going to be really glad when he sees what was out there. Tillman sticks around with his heart draw, and there are 2 hearts out there, so they're clear but unlikely.
King 10-7.
Not a real good board for
Rainbow.
Knights. Might cap Bertram's take on this.
Yeah, not the worst flop for aces. Actually, you're just hoping somebody played a hand like king queen flop top pair, but
well, even if they have queen jack, you're blocking the Broadway.
Tillman's going to make the call here. He has flopped
got
an open ender.
Yeah,
or no, a gut shot.
He's got a
needs
gutter.
9.
Really, he's got a he needs that. Okay, never mind.
And Bertram hates that top pair or makes trips. Nobody with it.
Well, Bertram's good enough to know that's unlikely. There's a king out there. So,
and Tillman gets out of the way. Bertram's
minimum win for that. Yeah, I think that if that had been a low board, he'd have made a lot. Well, I don't think. I know he would have made a lot more money with his 9s.
Yeah, I can't say I love this saying, but they always say aces win a small pot and lose a big one. But
I don't disagree with it.
Yeah. Sorry?
I don't disagree with it.
Yeah.
I know that, I always talk about that hand, the craziest hand I played this year, where Victor dealt me aces. I was under the gun, and the cutoff had kings, and the big blind had jack 10 of diamonds, and we got it all in pre-flop. Hit an ace on the flop. The diamonds got there on the turn, and I got quad aces on the river.
Oh, wow.
So I got paid on that one.
Yeah.
Kings never had a shot, poor thing.
Yeah, always trying to pile as much money with aces in pre-flop if you can, because post-flop, good thing to remind yourself is it's still just one pair.
Yep.
It looks real pretty, but it's one pair.
Yeah.
P-Pips, TM, leading the way, 45%. Just James, Bertram tied for bottom here at 15%.
Yeah, I think Lucas has lost the lead primarily because he's kind of, now that he's making up for lost ground, some big losses early, he's playing a little tighter than he would. TM has widened his range at the backside of this stream.
Cowboy Tony with the sixes, and I don't believe we've had any sets other than an early set of queens flopped. Lucas again with Snowman. I think that's feels like the 10th time we've seen that.
Last night during the final table, his eights were all over that place, all over that stream.
Lucas, unsurprisingly, going to raise it up. 3 bets to 250. Cowboy Tony in a bad spot with the sixes, lets it go. And Tillman, I'd imagine, is going to get rid of King Jack as well, facing this 3-bet out of position.
Although the bet's so big, he may say to himself, that looks like a middle to low pair to me. And that pretty much guarantees.
Is mulling it over.
No, I think we had a little bit of a miscalculation here.
Yeah, there's a couple things we're told they're going to have to sort out here. So
yeah, it's good
while
time
they
for a
do that,
commercial. Now a word from our station.
Yeah, we'll revisit the Austin. Also, we'll take a moment here. We've got about 40 minutes left in the show while they get a couple things sorted out on the table. Just once again, going to remind you of our Trailblazer Blazer Tour associated with Poker Atlas. $2 million in guarantees. And as we had mentioned, first stop is here at TCH Social starting mid-October on the 16th, running through the 28th. Scan the QR code, get a little bit more information about that series. $2 million in guarantees.
If you could find it, put the Saturday tournament up there also. I want to tell people about my favorite tournament. It's an early start on Saturday, 5 o'clock, $120 no limit hold'em. You see it on there?
We don't have a graphic for that one at the moment, it appears.
I really like that tournament. You get home at a decent hour. It's usually a great tournament. I expect it to be a lot bigger. It is basically, I'm going to call it up here on my Poker Atlas. It is 5 p.m., 50,000 in chips, so it's a big stack, 20-minute levels, 4,000 guaranteed. It jumped up a little bit from what it was before. $120 buy-in. Starts at 5 p.m. Break at 7. Typically, will close out unless it's a really large field. I'm sure they're going with the 2-hour no more entries. So I love that tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, all these weekly tournaments are a great time, and the nice thing is they don't take forever. The buy-ins are very reasonable, no matter your bankroll or budget.
Yep.
And if you finish top 3, you win an amount of money that you're pretty excited about.
Yeah, yeah. And a lot of people like the bounty chips. You know, the other day they had playing in that black chip bounty. There was a young man sitting to my left who, by the time we got down to 30 players or 20 players, I'd say, he had 14 bounties. So he was already up 1,400. And there was only 1,380 going to first. So he didn't even have to get to the end before.
Or turning a
Yeah,
profit.
before he was turning a profit. He was free rolling early, and then just every time, everything he played, he crushed.
So it appears as things got sorted out, Tillman decided to come over the top with his king jack. We had a big flip for about 2,500, and Lucas's eights held. So big hand there for Lucas. Unfortunate for Tillman. He's gonna reload here.
As we see the win to showdown on hand 86, the Butch Johnson hand. Get Yep, that line was long, and I was in Orlando. People were sending me videos, and then I saw David's video, which you just saw, and I was like, oh my gosh. That was incredible. Kyle and I were talking about. I drive by Whataburger if there are 3 cars in the drive-through, so I wouldn't have the patience for that. But I don't know, Beaver. What are you talking about?
Beeper, there was an issue with the dealer being unaware that there was a second player in the hand, and
this is where the color of the cards. I'm gonna state my opinion. This is where the color of the cards blended in, and Tillman had his chips on top of the cards, so the back of the cards blended in with the gray background. Sal didn't realize that there was another hand in, so he awarded the hand to C3, got it straightened out. The card that was accidentally put into the live deck was corrected, so it went down like it went down. Unfortunately, we were doing a little editing because the way it was done, but that's what happened.
Yeah.
Sorry for the confusion.
Ultimately, they sorted it out, ran it out, and the eights held as it would have, whether there was a mistake or not. Those things happen.
Yeah. If you look at the backs of the cards, you can see they are almost the exact same color. Probably something that I actually will mention as we see them visually. Obviously, would affected Sal's vision as well. Sal's way too good of a dealer to have that happen to him, except for the difference in the color was just too close.
Tillman, a cool cat, just rolls with
Always the cool cat. Yes. He is always the cool cat.
On to 87, and we have just over 30 minutes left with you guys. Please subscribe to the channel, like this stream. It's much appreciated.
Yeah,
helps more people know about TCH Social.
Winding down into the last half hour of our live stream. I appreciate everybody, and especially those of you that chat.
Deeper asked Tillman went all in on purpose with King Jack. He did, and I can actually understand. Lucas has been opening relatively frequently, as we know from the statistics and just watching. So may have thought that he could get a 4-bet through to get him to fold, and if not, he had a flip, so he had 2 ways to win that pot, and unfortunately it didn't work out for him. But Lucas got him a little further out of the hole.
Yeah, I don't think the issue played into the way it rolled out.
Did not affect
because the action was not affected. It was Tillman's action when that issue happened. So he had plenty of time while they straightened it out to figure out what he wanted to do.
Tillman winning the last 2 hands, getting a little back. Lost 1,200 that hand. He's got about 300 back in the last couple of hands.
So Cowboy number 88. Has there been an 88 in the Cowboys?
Well, there's a couple of them. Michael Irvin.
Okay, I want you to think of as many as you can.
C.D. Lamb.
And?
Oh, you're going to kill me with somebody from the 1970s or 80s?
Right between Michael Irvin and C.D. Lamb.
Oh, Des Bryant.
All right. And the original 88. Hall of Fame receiver. should have been. It is now.
Give me this hand to think about it. We do have a couple queens for Cowboy Tony. Speaking of Cowboys.
Yeah.
Bertram calls the raise with ace 10.
Is this normal? Is that normal? Normal?
He's grinding, folks. I love it. All right, queens are raising 55. Gets a call, gets a call, gets a call, and gets a call, of course. And the queens are still good. So that's a great board for queens because the jack's in there. There's really no flush draws.
I had a pulley injury.
The 10 gets it. Ace 10 gets a piece. Oh,
Nasty turn card, though. It does give him an open ender, but.
Yeah, and he's blocking the straight that the ace 10 is most interested in. And it's still a rainbow board, so the jacks are a lot less valued at this point. And checks around.
6 is a brick on the river. Queens are still good. Scary board, though.
See what the value bet is here. I'm very interested in what Cowboy Tony bets at this point.
Ooh, and KY is going to try to bluff and take this.
Well, only the Cowboys or the Cowboy is not going to believe it because he's repping the ace-queen.
Yeah, I think Cowboy made a great call earlier. Let's see if he can conjure up another one.
Yeah, if he calls with deuces, with 5 deuce, this should be a no-brainer.
Especially the pot odds he's getting.
He is playing facing 2 players here, so he does know what the action will be with Bertram.
Yeah, does not like that Bertram is acting behind him, but
he doesn't. Right now he's most concerned with the king. He's not concerned with the ace-queen. I mean, it's a possibility, but it's. He gives
let's
it up.
go.
Interesting. This is a great bet by KY.
Yeah, presumably Bertram's going to get out of there,
and
too.
And it looked very value-y. Yeah, you're losing too many hands.
He is mulling it over. Great.
Has played a bunch with Kevin.
Just said there's one hand I can beat. Well, definitely one
of
them is queen high.
The queen high is definitely one of. There's more than one.
Definitely can't blame him for letting it go. Very connected board.
Great bet by Kevin.
Yeah. Little surprised. It's pretty dangerous to make a bluff like that into multiple players. But
I know. I'm sitting here thinking I can't think of a time that I've seen Kevin bluff before. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I called him off with a pair of deuces that I thought John Earl, our dealer, was going to have a conniption over. It was more my poker ignorance than his inability to get a bluff through. But Kevin times them really well. He's got his A game tonight, that's for sure, and is taking advantage of it.
Had an interesting hand with Kevin one time. He had pocket 10s and the flop came queen high. I was the pre-flop raiser. I bet flop. I bet turn. I bet river. And he called me down with 10s. You tell me if this was a compliment or a dig. I turned him. I was like, "How did you call that?" And he goes, "I knew you were capable."
Oh.
And I was like, "I don't know if that is that capable of an idiotic player, or just capable of
doing
making
what
a move,
you did, firing 3 bullets."
Yeah,
which most people can't.
Anyway, it was.
Was it a 1-3 game?
It was 2-5.
2-5 game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that one.
No, I would definitely take that as a compliment. Kevin doesn't dig ever. I've never heard him say, I mean, he might with his close friends or whatever, but no COVID masks at the table. That is actually not a COVID mask.
Poker mask.
It is a poker mask. It is absolutely.
Kevin always for the stream, no mask.
Yeah, he wore that during the Black Flag in the 1700s, so that is not a COVID mask. I can't. Y'all can't see this going on, but I'm actually keep stepping on Kyle's cord.
Yeah, Uncle T keeps trying to take my headset
off. We will definitely sit on opposite
sides
next time, so I don't do that. You can step on my cord.
Tillman wins, betting his open ender and top pair.
Thanks to all of you that have stuck with us the whole 4 hours. And we want to shout out to our favorite Karen, who we hope is on here, just hasn't said anything on our chat.
Justin Woods, if you're scared of COVID, casino probably isn't the best place to be. First of all, not a casino; it's a card room, and secondly, we just mentioned don't believe that's for COVID reasons. I think he likes to.
Yeah, but he's got a good point.
Hide in details.
I,
Yeah, I mean, I would.
I mean, working in the medical field and having to go down to medical facilities, I used to get tested a lot. I mean, I had a callus in the back of my nasal pharyngeal passage, and officially I've had it 10 times, I think.
So you answered the question I was about to ask, but
what? My
how many
antibodies are
times
fine.
that you've tested positive?
Yeah, that doesn't include a couple of home tests that
How
I
many
did.
times have you been ill from?
Only once, and it was all in the nose because I was working with the military. I got the vaccine within 4 days of it being released. I never had really illness. Took care of some people that did.
Yeah, I had it twice. Was only second time was pretty light. First time wasn't real fun, but we can move on from COVID. It's been politicized a little too much.
You're kidding. Well, you know, I always tell people because COVID was all I did for 2 years during COVID and my job at the Air Force. And I always tell people they weigh in politically and they tell me their opinions. I'm like, if you could name one of the mRNA strands that make up of the 4 that make up COVID, I'll talk to you. That usually shuts them down.
Then I can't talk to you because I could not do that.
And you know, you're not that way anyway. But it's yeah.
Bertram here with a pair of 4s. Seen a lot of 4s. Most of them have been folded to 3 bets.
This more looks like the typical hand we've had tonight. A small pair,
Just
a mediocre, Broadway, and the middle ground. That's been kind of the same thing.
And just James, I think, tired of folding. He's going to 3-bet the 10-7 suited. Been a bit card dead.
Mosquito Josh in the house. Brother, you didn't know?
The Mosquito.
You should be here, man. Oh, my gosh. I wondered where you were.
One card. It was actually like a pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not just talking to myself. I'm talking to one individual.
Those of you that know Mosquito Josh from our live stream, he has now joined us in the chat. Yes, this is supposedly, Josh, going to be our new night, although it's still yet to be established fully. But I will make sure that Kristen gives you a ping the next time, so you don't find out late. I will make sure.
Rob, I don't think we in chat says covering your mouth on stream commentators insulted you. I think you got that confused with bad play that we were commenting.
Yeah.
By the way, for the rest of the group, I'm joking. I know Rob.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because I was looking at him like he was nuts, Robert. I'm like, dude, don't antagonize the chatters. Yeah, we don't know those commentators. I'm sure he was not TCH live stream.
Couldn't have been us.
No, could not. No.
Just James now up 2K.
Yeah.
Quietly.
Very quietly. He's his VPIP has been fairly low.
Cowboy actually has been in the red most of the night. He's scooped into the green here with a couple of good calls.
I don't know if he'll be able to comprehend.
Lucas actually, he is climbed back from a deficit of 3K plus to just 1.8, so making a comeback here. Onto a double board PLO bomb pot.
We really don't know.
Probably our second to last of the night. We will finish with a double board PLO bomb pot, as is customary.
Is that right? Which one of us, Kyle or me? When we're commentating, the two of us? You know, we like to watch you play, Josh. We were talking about that perfect night where you came in the first hand and just chased it left, and you took his seat and whammo.
Yeah,
and I don't mean you whammo.
Flopped
I
jacks
mean like
full on the first hand. I want to say it was Jack Deuce Deuce, and he had jacks first hand.
And he got the money out of bones.
Josh, correct us if we're wrong.
Yeah,
I think it
that's
was
what I
Jack
remember
Deuce,
too.
And you had jacks.
Yeah.
We got a monster here for Lucas. He has the nut flush and trip aces.
Yep, he does. Yeah, that is pretty large. We got 4-5 is not out there 4-3. Yeah, and he's going to be standing alone. Didn't
Unfortunately,
get
wins
much
a
of a
small one
value.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, Josh giving both of us credit, says it's been a duo thing.
Yeah, but I
Appreciate
didn't
that,
want him
Josh.
to give us dual credit. I wanted it all.
Josh, I think we'll be back next Wednesday, so
Yeah.
maybe you can make some time.
Yeah.
Hop on the stream.
Yeah. We'd love to see you. In my perfect world, we get Chase and Josh and oh my gosh,
and
Prestige and
Prestige. Yeah,
we get
that's who I was
Prestige,
searching
and
for.
I can think of a couple others that I won't name because they'll think I'm putting in a class that.
Yeah, they would light the table on fire if we got the whole group together.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, double
Burn
up
up
against
that new
Bones.
belt.
Then the whole night where you got me to come because seats were empty. Oh yeah, I remember.
Oh, dude, that's
Hey,
right. We sent a shout out.
I remember that.
I forgot about that part. Yeah, I'm still waiting for my check. So.
Aces for Barber. Finally with a hand here. He's been doing a lot of folding. And unfortunately for him, he's going to win a small pot.
By the way, you know what I'm going to do the next time we're in here? We've got all these beautiful blank walls around us. So there's going to be banners in here. Can you guess what color they're going to be?
You're probably going to go burnt orange.
Yes, sir. I've got one
I
at
might
home.
have to bring a banner of my own.
As long as it's behind me, I'm good with it.
Where you don't have to see it. So we follow up aces with some kings here for Kevin.
Oh, wow. Kings. We haven't seen a pair of kings in a while. Seen a lot of queens.
Seems like everybody that's had aces, I feel like, has won a pretty small pot.
Yep. The kings, I know that Tillman had them, but he jammed people out of the hand.
Ooh, and Lucas is going to
Wow.
step in it here. He's got ace king.
Oh, wow. That's kind of how his night's been.
Yeah, it really is.
It went to the wife. Boy, you don't have to explain that, brother.
Kevin?
Hope she's not sitting there with you.
Kevin flatted a 3-bet with queens earlier. I'm curious what he's going to do here.
Yep, he's got my favorite small pair. I'm a believer in fives. They did it for me in the tournament the other day too.
It's like he's reaching for a 4-bet and does.
Interesting.
He'll get fives fold quickly. Just James.
The first Kevin misstep. I think that bet's too big, although he doesn't know ace king. Now, me saying Kevin misstep is like, you want me to use another Stevie Wonder joke? It's like criticizing Stevie Wonder's driving. But, yeah, it just doesn't fit. And we had another ace on the board, did we not? I mean, in the muck hands.
Ooh,
No.
gets away from ace king. Nice fold by
gosh.
Lucas.
Really nice fold. He's even got the smile on his face, like he feels like he knows he did the right thing. Wow.
He'll be happy when he watches this back.
Yeah, he will.
He actually, he's played aggressively, but that's his second nice fold. He had a flush that actually, again, Kevin, river to boat versus him, and got away.
The ace, yeah. Yep, help us get to 150 likes. Hit the like button. And if you're not subscribing, please do. You're not going to believe this. I subscribed to the live stream for the first time last night.
Oh, really?
I guess because I never want to listen to me, first of all.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I can't. I can watch it later, but I don't. I did the first couple times. Wanted to see what we could improve on. But I'm usually playing during the live stream, not commentating. So, yeah, I subscribed for the first time. And I gave the thumb up. Hit the like button. Oh, what a surprise. We have eights.
More eights. This is easily more than 10 times we've had eights tonight. Lucas has 3-bet his ace-4 suited.
Yeah, we've had more snowmen than a bad Christmas movie. They've just been. I think we're averaging one every 10 hands.
Poker Amateur is going to take it down with the eights, with a raise.
Okay, well, I can be wrong. I just weighed in. It's worth every penny you paid for it. I don't disagree with you, Anzuma.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think it was
Kevin,
within a reasonable
my
range.
expectations of Kevin's betting sizes is so high. I mean, he just always seems to get them right. Bet sizes and moves. Kevin, you made me unrealistic. It's your fault.
Oh my gosh, more 8s. This is wild.
You coming to play? I'm gonna take that.
I don't think I've ever seen a single pocket pair show up so many times in one stream.
Because of the way, because they put your name in there.
Yeah.
Okay, 5 calls, 35.
As we mentioned earlier, we were moving along at a good clip. We're already on hand 97, and we've got about 15
Yep.
minutes to go. So
Got to hit our 100 mark, which is what we always
get you
aim
over
for.
100 hands.
Have a lot of quick hands. Post flop, pre flop fold.
It's like 43. Okay. It's like 43.
Just makes the call of 3-bet with his 8s. I'd say this man deserves a set.
Yeah.
Oh, and the dream
Perfect.
flop,
The
ace high
perfect
flop,
flop.
top pair for Poker Amateur, middle set for Lucas.
Wow.
This is going to be fireworks.
Yeah, this is going to be hard for Poker Amateur, and he's going to probably bet. Well, that wasn't as heavy as I thought because of the clubs. All right, let's concentrate and be a little quiet here and kind of get into Lucas's head.
Yeah, he's deciding when to make the move, and he chose now. He does have a loose aggressive image, so it's going to be tough for Poker Amateur to get away from top pair and a strong kicker here. Yeah, the absolute dream set scenario. Somebody has a big ace, you flop a set. Poker Amateur.
Bit of a scare card for 8s.
Yeah, the flush does get there, but Poker Amateur drawing dead on the turn.
And he shoves. Shoves 1.4 into a $1,200 pot.
Oh, actually, maybe.
Which it completely covers. No, I take it back. It doesn't cover Poker Amateur. Oh, he's got the 500 chip out.
This a call here, and Lucas is completely out of the hole and actually in plus territory.
I don't know if that stack estimation is right. He's got 600, then 1,000. It's saying he's got 2.3. I don't see it. I'm seeing one stack of greens, and is that 1,000? The colors of these.
Yeah, I think he's got about 2.3.
Is he?
Quite a few reds there.
Okay.
Maybe a little less.
Yeah. Anyway, he's got Lucas covered. That's the important
It's like
part.
he actually has more like 2,000. Tough spot for Poker Amateur. This will make or break his night.
Yeah, he's thinking about would he bet the flush draw, which is highly likely on the flop. I think he's going to make this fold. He's not going to like it, but I think he's going to make this fold. He's thinking about, what can I beat? Well, you can't beat ace king. You can't beat any of the sets, or the 8 or the 4 sets. Can't beat any clubs. Can't beat 6-7.
Lucas just saying, please call, please call, please call. No snap call. Definitely certain that he's got this one locked up.
I know what Lucas is probably thinking. I need to get the potential of a, say it was ace, queen of clubs, to get that 4th club out. That possibility of hitting the 4th club out of this hand. Or he was wanting to make it look bluffy against a strong hand, in which case he read this really, really well. Yep,
Looks like
he's
he's
getting
leaning
rid of
toward a
it.
fold. Was that a call?
No.
Gotta move that 1,000 chip. Hey, lets it go.
Well, you know, that's one thing I point out. I don't think the lines, we don't have lines at any of the tables in TCH Social, so I don't think that you can cross that line because none of the other tables have it. So, unless I'm mistaken, that line
Yeah,
is
so
not
it's a lot more intentional. but I'm just always very careful in that
Well,
spot
you
to
remember-
not do anything that looked.
Yes, and you remember the hand where I thought that somebody fake folded and was staring at the player really hard. He was not really looking at Lucas there, so I don't think he was trying anything, and that line doesn't count anyway. But I'm like you, I don't want to do anything. You know, we talked about that hand that I had where playing with my chips looked like a call. Good fold. We've had some good folds tonight. You know, the high hand of the night so far has been that hand 35, that $4,050 that Kevin won. The bomb pot. I think it was our second bomb pot that went to 53.90.
Second bomb pot was fireworks. Yep.
Otherwise, it's been a really steady game, very much like the live stream last night.
Yeah, a lot of very skilled players at this table. So, kind of seen the full gamut. We've seen some great calls like Cowboy Tony, and
which is why you need Mosquito Josh.
Lucas has made some really good folds.
Chase. You need somebody to drop a hand grenade in the baby milk. Sorry, Josh, that was for you.
King high good here for KY. That it, just James. I imagine he's not going to love his 4 high for too much longer. Probably just considering if he makes it 150 if Kevin will fold. Nope, makes the call. Does have backdoor spades.
It doesn't matter. I didn't know.
Gets a spade.
I mean, it was just like
it's the ace of spades.
2,000 into 1,000.
By the way, in case you haven't noticed, we have a new player in seat 4. Team NTM called it a night. A good night for him. Was our big winner to date.
It's my first week playing here too.
Yeah, just James. He's gonna bet his draw, but really representing the ace. And it looks like he overbets the pot and gets a quick fold.
Yeah, I agree, Josh. You know, but yeah, there are a lot of good folds from you. You know that's a joke, but. I always say good folds in poker are like really good punts in football. They're not that fun.
Tried to get Josh to make a good fold on stream one time. He called me with top pair, no kicker on a connected board and won a big pot. So shout out to you, Josh.
So you're saying that was a good call?
It was a good call.
Which is so much more fun
But it did hurt.
Fold. It did? You left the mark?
It did hurt.
Yeah, Barber did that to me with his A6.
I learned bluff Josh less.
Bluff less.
It was a semi-bluff.
The least bluffable player at the table. I will say there's very few things in life that I get more satisfaction and joy out of than like bluffing KY.
Getting a big bluff through.
Yeah, KY especially.
It is pretty exciting. Probably better than making a big hand.
But he always makes it painful because he's so deliberate. You sit there for 90 seconds of misery.
Oh yeah, it is miserable
Yeah.
until the elation.
Yes.
Mad folds hurt worse.
And I know that my poker face at that point, because my carotids are pounding and my, I'm pale, I'm sweaty.
You could feel your pulse in your head.
Yes. I could, the person next to me can feel it in their head. So, yeah.
Gutter here for Barber needs a 4. Fortunately, that's exactly what Bertram has. Actually, the 4 would be fireworks. It'd be a set for Bertram and a straight, but instead it's the 9 of clubs on the turn. Bertram's going to bet out. Bertram and Barber's going to bow out. On to hand 100 with 7 minutes left.
Yay, we hit it.
It's really basic. I mean, I was like, oh, how could I not figure that out before? It just popped up on rails. It was like, yeah, when it's curved on the edges, so it pushes the air down. Like the air will naturally flow down, and so it's like it acts as like a jetpack. It pushes air needs to push the frisbee up. Yeah. Like how it keeps floating there.
Lucas here was suited broadways. Excuse me, king queen of hearts.
Hairball. I have some medicine at home if you need it. You put it on your paw and you'll lick it off and it'll smooth on.
Oh, it'll fix me. KY with suited 7-6 of spades. And he will 3-bet it to 100. Lucas makes the call to a flop. Couple of hearts for Lucas.
Yep.
8 high. Lucas in the driver's seat here.
Gutter for KY with to the 5.
Yeah, looking for a 5.
Yeah.
6 or a 7 is also good, but not
KY's going to
particularly
use
strong.
his position.
Bet we see a check raise here. Nope, just a flat. Nope, we did get the check raise. Lucas playing this as most poker instruction would tell you. Can't see KY continuing. He's just got a gutter, backdoor spades. Let's go.
Yeah. Nice come over the top. Josh, they don't let me touch anything in here. I literally am sitting right now with my hands behind my back. But I'm going to go and throw Rocket Mel. So because I kind of want to know too. So you want to see the money numbers.
Yeah, Josh, I think that automatically cycles through with the software, but Tom is going to go check and see if we can just pull that up manually. Here's VPips. Lucas retaking the lead, 41%. Brendan's only had 2 hands, hasn't played one yet.
Okay, never mind, Josh. Can't even do that because the delay. Mel's not sitting in her post. She abandoned us. No, actually, they run on a cycle. So we will have it very soon, though, because we're approaching the last couple of hands with about 11 minutes left. So it'll come up here pretty quick. What you'll see is TM, who left in seat 4, was the winner of the night. I think he was up, 1,900, I want to say.
It's up a significant amount, and I believe just James is also right there with him, up about 2K.
Yes, solid night for him. He's really grounded out tonight.
And Lucas, unfortunately, has kind of thrown the party most of the night, but has climbed back.
Till is on his second bullet.
Bertram, top pair here. Bottom pair for Cowboy Tony. He's going to bet it, and Bertram's going to quickly call.
The problem is I think like in seat 1 over there.
River 7. Doesn't change much. Or excuse me. Cowboy Tony with 2 pair. I overlooked that. He will win a nice pot here after Bertram calls his $100 river bet.
You know, it's okay, partner. You're tired.
We are coming to the end of the night. We'll have a couple more no-limit hands, and we will, as usual, end with a bomb pot. So,
man, you just
once you see a bomb pot, that will be the end of the stream.
Wow.
Yeah, Josh, we can bring up the promos on command, but not the stats.
Yeah, we have. They give us control of the commercials.
Here's the stats you're looking for. Just James up 2K. Yeah. Kevin up just under 1K. Yeah. Barton pretty quietly up a solid $850.
Yeah,
and actually
kind of
Lucas,
fought back for it too.
Lucas finally out of the basement here at Tillman. Unfortunately, the biggest loser so far. Yeah. Lost that big pot to Lucas.
Tillman making the very unusual for him King Jack jam bluff.
Another ace queen for poker amateur. I feel like he's had it about 5 or 6 times.
Yeah. Yes. Lottie's least favorite hand.
Yeah, Lottie, not a fan. One of our other fellow commentators here at TCH. Ace Queen, definitely his least favorite hand. I think his quote is, if I have Ace Queen, you win. If you have Ace Queen, you win.
He said that last night. And guess what? As we disparage it,
Beeper with more Aggie jokes. Beeper, you get one more, and then
Beeper. Nice. Man. Did I ever tell you about my Aggie friends that went fishing and made sure they marked the spot where they caught all the fish with a piece of chalk right on the floorboard of the boat? That way they could go back to the same spot the next day.
I have some Longhorn jokes, but I'll refrain from those on the stream.
Yeah, what? No, roll both of them out. My dad used to tell me, my mom used to get on to him about telling Aggie jokes. She said, "That's not nice, honey." He goes, "They choose to be Aggies."
Beeper, are you a Longhorn grad? Let us know.
Well, there's two possibilities. He's a Longhorn or he's smart.
I would actually agree with that.
Oh, yeah.
You stepped right into it, Tom.
I wanted to say a smart fan. All right, there you go.
Poker.
I was a business major, okay?
Poker amateur with a pair of nines. Not a great flop for that. Ace, king, six. Tillman with middle pair. Small pot. Tillman will. Oh, Barber with the ace jack. Got some hands loading here. Top pair for Barber. Beeper's a Longhorn dad. And also horribly in debt.
Yeah, not much you can do with this.
So Barber's going to bet, and Pierce take it. Tillman out of there. Wisely.
Had a rough night.
Yeah, not much going Tillman's way. If he'd have won that big flip, it'd have been a different night, but
Longhorn dad, yeah. It's funny. My dad wanted to go to UT so bad, but he was coming back on the GI Bill, which was the way that people after the military paid for college. And he went to Arlington State College, now the University of Texas at Arlington. And when State College was under the Aggie system, so it was an A&M school, and then it switched to a Longhorn school. But he was going to State College, but was still a Longhorn fan. And he always told me that was his aspiration for me.
technically I have a UTA real estate license. I had to do my real estate, yeah. It's on my resume, although I haven't used it in many years.
Still is a great school. It had a great nursing school, has a great and engineering school, which is what I went time.
Good pot brewing here. Tillman, 7 high flop, 10 still ahead of the ace king of Bertram. Bertram has been bricking with his ace kings so far tonight, or running into another ace king and chopping the pot. Tillman makes a big bet.
Yeah, I am going to ask.
In the old place, this game used to run Monday night, for example.
On to hand 105 as we come to a close here.
If you don't have Kristen's contact information, they can probably get it for you here.
Give you a little bonus coverage here after 10 o'clock. As we started a hair late, getting the players settled in and ready to go. Bertram with another playable hand. He's got the 9s this time. He'll raise it up and just win the blinds and straddle.
Yep, looks like this may be our last Hold'em hand. Nope, it's a bomb potter. I think.
Nope, that's just the blinds and straddle.
Yeah.
Did appear that way for a moment.
Thank you, folks, for staying with us tonight. 133 of you out there in the chat. We really appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed it. We loved it after 2 months downtime.
Yeah, it's been great and really active chat tonight. So keep that up in the future. It's a lot of fun interacting with the chat.
Keep the Aggie jokes coming.
Just James going to raise up King Queen. Another 3-bet from Lucas with 9-8. Beeper had fun with you as well.
Yeah, Beeper, you got our you were a consensus chatter of the night.
Lucas is 3-better of the night.
Yeah,
we don't have a stat for that, but I'm quite sure he would be in the lead.
Well, he has the highest aggression frequency, so I'd say so.
What was making you think that he wasn't playing?
And he has flopped the stone cold nuts.
Doink. Backdoor spades for just James. And two overs.
Nice to flop the nuts.
I love that when
one of
you
the
got
last
that.
hands of the night.
When you have that hand, or you have the 5-6, and you're wrapped around.
Just smash it.
But I always think to myself, this hand is never getting better.
Unfortunately, does not get action. And
yeah, that's what happens when you flop.
With a smile, angrily puts his hand down. I can understand that. And we're on to the final hand of the night, folks. We customarily end with a PLO bomb box, $10 from each player. And after this hand, we'll give you another look at the new TCH location here. Give you a view of the outside, the inside, bar and restaurant.
Yeah, I can't tell you if you're not. Now, this is for the people that probably watch this stream later or whatever, because I imagine most of y'all have seen it. I can't encourage you enough to come by and play if you haven't been here. Just to see the room is amazing. Come by and have the chicken sandwich where Kyle likes the salmon. We haven't found anything that anybody doesn't like in the way of the food. It's got a great bar area. Bring the kids even. We've had a couple of the dealers, wives and husbands, bring the kids up.
Yeah,
because they
hang out. Plenty of room.
see where mommy and daddy works. And then they can sit there and have some food in a very nice area.
Bring your girlfriend. She has plenty of room to hang out.
What are you saying, Kyle? You want everybody to bring their girlfriend?
No comment. I couldn't come up with anything clever for that one.
Yes, if you have an attractive girlfriend, for Kyle's sake,
bring
we'd
her
like
right
you to
on
bring
up.
her up.
Meet the commentators.
Show them yeah, bring them back here to our cubicle, this lovely storage closet.
All right, so I think we may have thought we had a set of fours, but we don't. Do a spade for just James.
All the queens
King
are
high
out
spades.
there. We get Poker Amateur and Bertram have a pair of queens. Those look like the big pairs.
Tillman with an open ender.
They have nothing to show for it. Looks like 6-5 is the nuts, and Lucas has it on the top board. Nothing really other than spade draws and a Broadway draw on the bottom that anybody can be excited about. Just, ace jack. Kevin does have top.
Jedi said that went from 0 to creepy in 2 seconds. I'm gonna put that all on Uncle T.
You know, if you can't be old and creepy, you're just not interesting.
Another 7. I think we have somebody with trip 7s here, possibly a full house.
Yeah, but the 5-6 is good if they don't have a kicker.
Don't have a friend. Does not have a friend.
No, it does not have a friend. Well, he's got the 6-5, so it doesn't matter. His hand just got worsely better because he hated that 7.
Well, Lucas deserves that one. He's had a little bit of a rough night. Gets a rebate there on the final hand.
All right, take us home, Mildred.
Yeah, Uncle T, great time with you.
Yeah.
We'll close things out with a overview of the club, and that'll be all for tonight. I'm Kyle Whammo Frisbee. He's Uncle T, and y'all have a good night. Join us next Wednesday for another live stream.
Good one, Bieber.